triangulation in celestial navigation. So it is actually triangulation. There is no triangulation in celestial navigation. So it is actually triangulation.
With celestial navigation using a sextant, we're not triangulating.
So it is actually triangulation to the GP. So you can draw it on your chart, draw a line there, and then you do it for all three, and you get your intersection. So it is actually triangulation. There is no triangulation in celestial navigation.
With celestial navigation using a sextant, we're not triangulating.
So it is actually triangulation.
Are you serious? Are you
The double-speaking, McBooger-eating, ball-tarred bum-sniffer wouldn't know what the sextant or celestial navigation were if they climbed up his arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in concertina wire.
Just when I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber, you go and do something like this. And totally redeem yourself!
I think the sun is a physical object, and I think it is solid enough.
What the hell did you just say?
I think the sun is a physical object, and I think it is solid enough.
Say what?
Yes, a gas giant bounces radar.
How in the world can a
Gas giant
be
solid enough? So yeah, I don't know you
dumbass cracker?
So yeah, I was being a hyper. That was a hyperbole.
Hyperbole.
That was a hyperbole.
Hyperbole. Hyperbole.
That was a hyperbole.
You are so dumb. Damn.
And we're off. As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. Before we throw it on over to Discord and the beautiful Betty Van Velsen, on a personal note, now I don't usually bring up secular happenings on this platform for many reasons. But in this case, if you, as an individual, or organization, or a part of that organization, didn't do right by the fine folks in North Carolina and Tennessee, all along the Appalachian core down there coming down the backbone, if you didn't do right by these folks, then you need to be hung by a fucking yardarm. You treasonous, treacherous traitor. And not only didn't do right, but impeded folks trying to do right. You tracking with me, Americans? Now we'll throw it on over to Discord. Beautiful Betty Van Velsen. Betty.
Hey, I'm here. I heard you saying something about North Carolina, and my heart and prayers are with them. Those who are in trouble. And the same goes for the people of Maui and other places where these things happen, and they've been sort of counteracted when they wanted to help, and they erected large walls and stuff so that people couldn't get to their own belongings anymore, or see what happened, or try to help. And it seems to happen more and more these days. It's bad. But it has a reason. But people need to wake up.
We got in here.
Adam, good evening, sir.
Evening, guys.
Hey.
I don't know what you're on about, but sounds
Hurricane
bad.
Helena in North Carolina was devastating.
Hey everyone.
Yeah, what's up, Brian?
Well, thoughts and prayers, guys. Thoughts and prayers. I'd not heard.
No, not thoughts of prayer. Freaking yard arms.
And yeah,
But then
thoughts,
say,
prayers, and yard arms.
Yeah.
was a
Adam.
town-
Explain. Explain.
Adam.
There was a
There was a
town
massive
there.
hurricane. Sorry, Betty.
Go ahead.
on.
Go ahead. Betty first, then Brian, then Adam. Go ahead, Betty.
There's a town there that's called Asheville. I think that one was hit the most. And there were some plans for that town before, but the people were against it. People need to look that up. And now that so-called town is devastated with weather. So people need to look that up and see what's happening for real there.
Not only
what I know.
Asheville.
I know, but Asheville is one of them.
Yeah, Asheville's definitely one. Yes. Go ahead, Brian.
Okay, thank you, QE. Adam, there was a massive hurricane that went across Tennessee and North Carolina and up into the Appalachian Mountains. Very unusual type of weather for that part of the world. And they weren't prepared for it. And it completely devastated a huge amount of the mountain folks' homes are gone and everything. Even our own refracted curvature had his front door and his front windows blown in. And he's lucky because he says he has some power and there's power in his area. But literally, there is authorities, right, not doing anything to help anyone. And people who have tried to help have been blockaded and stopped and arrested and God knows whatever else. It's really, really corrupt. It's unbelievable that it's happening, actually.
And the FEMA also didn't help.
Yeah, totally. I mean, totally with QE. Like, I mean, Americans need to wake up that this stuff should not be allowed to happen.
And FEMA is not basically the place to go to. Everybody knows that, I think. Hopefully.
Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you do anything?
Go ahead. Let Adam speak, please.
Oh, like I say, that's news. That's shocking. I understand the yard arm then now. So the
it wasn't for any
impeding
folks.
rescue attempts.
It wasn't an indictment for any folks outside the U.S.
You guys have got the greatest military in the world. Surely that's the time to call on such resources, isn't it? In times of national emergency, you put your country back together, don't you? Instead of rearranging other people's.
Huh.
They're trying to destroy America.
And one within earshot. Right? Fort Bragg, or whatever the fuck pussy-ass name they're calling you now. Yeah, my weathered eyes headed your direction also. By the way. Fucking embarrassment.
Well, if they didn't get the order, right?
Yeah, it's the organizational variety, not the ground soldiers. I was one of them, so I'm not going to indict them. I know the constraints.
Yeah, but if individuals are already like arrested and put behind bars, I mean, come on, what are you gonna do? And they did the same thing in Maui.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about Maui. I want to focus on the fine folks in North Carolina.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's also happened in Paradise. That town,
well,
Paradise. It's happening all over your country.
It wasn't my focus. But you're right. But that wasn't my focus here.
Yeah, but you need to see a broader picture.
Yeah,
everybody's looking at details, but you need to look at this broader picture and see what's happening in the broader picture.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the pinpoint focus for today was that direction.
And also,
Jesus.
The other hurricane that's coming now towards Tampa Bay and Tampa, that's going to be even more devastating, maybe.
Yeah, that's a little different scenario, though. Not that I have enough empathy for the folks in Florida, but that's the price of doing business in Florida. It was a whole different game going up the Appalachians, right?
Yeah, did
it's
you
a
ever
different
heard
game.
of weather modification?
It's a different game because I watched this, Helena, for days before it happened, and they knew where it was going, right?
Yeah, they directed it that way.
They knew, well, they forecasted. Just relax, Betty. Just relax.
Yeah.
All right? Yeah. So I watched it here days before, and I watched it where they forecasted it to go and how bad it was going to get. That is how much rain there was. Days. 4 to 5 days. And each day they were updating and didn't change. And unfortunately, it had rained in that area the week prior. Now, it doesn't take a rocket surgeon to figure out with that terrain and the amount of rain that's coming, what's going to happen. Yeah. Yeah. Just a grade school education will get you there. So what the hell? That's where I stand. What on earth is going on here?
Wars and rumors of wars and earthquakes
Yep,
in
we have to
diverse
focus.
places. It's revelation. Yep.
I think it has to be said, though. I think it has to be said. Like, there's no point in pretending that, you know what I mean, that you're not pissed off about it. I'd be pissed off. I'm pissed off looking at it myself, and I'm not even American. It's like, it's just wrong.
Yep. All right. Anything else on that before we get to some real stupidity?
You
So-
thought that this was stupid enough?
Well,
No,
now,
so I
treasonous, treacherous, traitorous acts are a little different category than just stupidness. Go ahead, Emir.
yeah, I used to be a contractor for FEMA. It happened while it was a Maui disaster and everything. And a lot of times we actually don't have fundings. The funding doesn't come in till like weeks later.
Right.
Just to let you know.
Yeah, it's bureaucracy. That's part of it. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about something else. That's okay. All right. Is that all you had? Anyone else before we move on to stupidity?
Now we're ready for the stupid.
Oh, there's plenty of it. You'd like to say business is booming. But I guess we could go ahead.
I'm just saying, if you want to move off of that topic, I was just listening to, what's the guy's channel? Something Satanic Warrior. And he's been called now Jiren Campanella now for a good while. And he has a whole over 3 hours or 3.5 hour stream where I only listened to some of it, where he's going to be bringing out stuff that he's found out about Jiren Campanella and basically calling out Jiren Campanella for being a complete and utter fraud. So
shocking.
There's a lot of people I think that when you first start calling them out for being a fraud, there's a lot of people that weren't turning around saying you're wrong, but there was a lot of people who were loyal to him, I think. And he's after now there's just so many people that are not on his side in any way, shape or form. Even this guy was saying that when he has less than 2,000 subscribers, and when he does a live stream, he could have 160, 180 people sometimes. It depends on what the topic. And if he's talking about Jiren, he could have well over 100 when he's talking about Jiren and stuff to do with him. And he said Jiren has something mad like 60,000 or 160,000 subscribers or something mad like that. And his live stream views are down to like 200 kind of people. Now this kind of thing. So he's losing a lot of support because the guy is a complete fraud, a total fraud. And he's up there. I'm not going to go into it here now, but it's just if anyone wants to watch some of that, because this guy is just going in hard on him. It's like he's calling them out, and he's calling out David Weiss as well, and Whitsitt and other people around him for trying to kind of placate the audience, say, kind of like trying to, well, Jiren's not too bad kind of stuff. It's like, well, you can't defend someone when someone is obviously behaving wrong. You know, you can't defend it. Like, there's only so far you can go with that stuff. It's like trying to defend a relative when a relative is obviously wrong. Do you know what I mean? It's like you can't do that. But anyway, there's a lot of stuff.
So
going on there,
what's the channel? You said Zetetic what?
Zetetic Warrior. I can get the link and I'll post it there. Give me a minute. I'll get the link.
Yeah, you could go ahead and post it in. I'm unfamiliar with that channel. Betty, do you know that channel?
Zetetic what?
Hey, yeah, Zetetic Warrior. He's actually an etherite, is he not?
Is he?
Yeah.
Zetetic Warrior?
Yeah.
Huh. Is he?
I've been on his channel before. You actually had he's a nice guy, but yeah, he's a bit out there.
All right, fair enough. How's it going, Flatwood?
Good on you guys.
Good evening, Flats.
Hey, Adam. So, do you think the ballers have figured out what level means yet?
Say again?
That was funny. Me and Brian, when I see it's QE's fault. I said I'll try and join him for a bit of a critique, but I will have had a few Southern comforts, and I did. So basically, there was some guy trying to analyze some of Tinfoil Hatman's data, and he started out with this phrase that I just really needed clarification on, which for a best part of 2 hours we couldn't actually get clarification on, which was the word level. Because he wanted to keep talking about this sea level and the height above things. Height was a big issue for him as well. Yeah, it's
Well, I think the thing that caught me the most was he says datums don't matter for height, but yet when we ask him for height, he wants to use a datum.
We get some. Hold on a second. Can we get some context here? Who, what, when, where, why, and how? I'm lost.
It was on Flatside's channel on Saturday night. A guy called Andrew Johnson. You would have come across him here or there. He's an Australian guy. He hangs in with Wolfie and Ruif and people like that. He was coming on to Flatsides to debunk an observation made by Tinfoil Hatman, who did the observations on, showed the observations on Nathan's journey.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay.
And while he was on, he started first of all going into gas pressure and other things. He didn't know what he was talking about. And I was hoping Adam, I was listening, I wasn't listening live, I was listening back to it. And I was hearing this go on, and I was hoping Adam would hear it and come in when he heard the gas pressure stuff. And I was told Adam had come in, so I just went on I just went off of where I was listening, went on to live, and Adam had joined, but Adam had joined because he heard him speaking about level. And Adam just started, he just wasn't out, it's like he's standing on one toil, and Adam was not leaving him leave that toil. And I said, to hell with that, and I couldn't handle it. I was listening to his nonsense, and I couldn't, I tried my best. I know my willpower, I failed it, and I joined. I didn't want them to come in because I was going to be only probably getting in people's way, but I couldn't take it, and I went in then, and I just stuck into him as well with Adam, and everyone else.
So Adam wouldn't let him get away from level. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, no one would. He was stuck on level for like 2.5 hours or something.
Did he try to? Good.
And he still couldn't get it right at the end of the day. It was very funny.
Yeah, they do have a problem with that. That's too funny, Adam. You didn't chase his diversion, his Dunning-Kruger flack diversions? You didn't chase it?
No, I was having too much fun watching him. It was so apparent. He knew he couldn't define it. So at that point, there was no way. He kept chaffing. There was so much chaff. Yeah, being fired.
Yeah.
But no.
And you didn't follow it? You didn't chase after that chaff?
No. Brian smelled a little bit of chaff and thought he could teach him something, and I had to rebuke him. I said, Brian, please, just keep him on the word level. Once we're past the word level, then obviously we can move on. but we need to know what the word level means.
That's
So,
see,
and
that's a talent. Let's stop there. That's a talent, folks. If you're talking to somebody and they start throwing incoherent chaff in your general direction, and you have the ability to not focus on that chaff, but focus on the main killer topic, I want to meet you because you're a rare breed. Go on, Adam.
Adam, you need to listen back. I didn't follow any chaff. I was trying to explain to you what I was doing.
first, when you first came in, I weren't sure what you was doing, so I'm just.
Oh no,
pleading.
I was just what
And
I was
then-
doing is I was just referring back to his gas pressure stuff briefly, just to say he didn't have a clue about what he was talking about before I went on to level. I needed to say that.
I hadn't seen that bit, you see, so I'm thinking, don't do it, Brian. You know what I mean?
The gas pressure was even worse, Adam.
What? I can imagine. If we can't define the word level, then getting onto gas pressure and containment, would have been.
Hey,
hell, I
Well,
would imagine.
he was showing a demonstration with containment and saying, see gravity.
Hey, Divergent Droid, do me a favor, snatch that video from Flatzoids or Flatzoid. You got moderator powers in here. Go ahead and post that video in here so people know what we're talking about. They can go ahead and refer to that. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it was a bit fundy mute button. But luckily, like I said, I'd had a few Southern comforts, so that helped.
Oh, it's terrible. I wouldn't wish that on anyone.
I did it already. If you're talking about the Zetetic Warrior.
Oh, I thought you already did the Southern Comfort. You said you already did the video? Yeah,
The one are you talking about the Zetetic Warrior one?
No, I think we're talking about Flatzoid's video with Adam was on there and Brian was on there. Yes, Saturday night. Yes.
Yeah, that's what it was. But like I say, when Brian come in, then we actually had a really nice tag team going, keeping him on track. It was, and he kept counting the clock. It's been 1 hour 10 minutes. It's been 1 hour 20 minutes. Been 1 hour 40 minutes. I'm just going, yeah, no, and you're still not able to define the word level. It's embarrassing for you, Andrew. You know,
he was giving you time hacks.
He kept giving me, you've been doing this for 1 hour and 40 minutes. I said, I know, and you've still not defined level.
Well, before you came there, Adam, he was trying to explain us level with a pool. And the more I'm leading him like, yeah, your pool is level and flat, the more he couldn't understand what was going on.
It was funny anyway. Enjoyed it. And the thing is, Flatzoid's desperately trying to go to bed because it's considerably later there.
Yeah, it was like I went to bed like 1:45 in the morning.
Yeah, it happens that way sometimes. Yeah. I missed that. So I went ahead and pinned that video in the chat. So I'll probably check that out after the show. About 6 or 7 hours from now.
Don't check out the gas pressure part if you don't want to get angry and punch your screen.
Too funny.
Yeah, well, he did.
Yeah, evening, Nathan, and evening, Tony. Good to see you.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hey, everyone. Tony.
Was that Bugger?
Hey.
Hold on. Was that Bugger?
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
It wasn't? Okay. Sorry.
You guys see me?
Go. Hey, Anthony. I thought I heard somebody say Anthony. Now you're the boss, 4985. What's the significance of 4985?
I don't know. It's the first time Discord in a month. I didn't know it had been added. It must have been added all by itself. Must be gravity.
Must be gravity. You're kind of chopping a little bit, but overall, your mic is outstanding.
It might be a bit rough. I've got a whole new PC. My PC died.
Oh.
All new gubbins, new motherboard, new processor, everything.
Oh, what you get? What you get?
AMD 5950 core processor. Significant improvement on my previous.
Can it stop your mic from chopping?
Maybe. I don't know why it's doing that. You have to bear with me. I'll work it out.
I know you will.
What GPU? Did you get a GPU?
They've got that 1080 Ti.
He's still using the same GPU. Cool. Yeah, it's a good GPU.
Hey, Betty, it's Anthony.
Computer straight away.
Betty, it's Anthony. He's in here, man.
Better.
Yeah,
I'm not set my sound up for a long time.
You're not Betty. Or Betty, Anthony. We want to hear Betty. That's Anthony, Betty.
I know, John. I've heard it. Great to see you, Anthony.
That's what I do have a query for. I was allowed in gravity as a accelerator.
Oh, you're chopping. Hey, Anthony. Anthony, hold on a second. Let me take charge. Somebody needs to co-host the shit out of this. Anthony, drop out and come back in. And let's see if that fixes it. And then
Drop out.
Drop out. Come back in. And then when you come back in, you got to say hi to Betty.
He doesn't.
Yes, he does.
No, he doesn't have to.
Say hi. I hate it. I hate that. Is that what?
Maybe that's better. Is it still jumping?
Still jumpy.
Yeah, but it must be the first Discord thingy again. If you left a long time ago and
I know what's causing the problem. Are you on banana or potato?
Yes.
You haven't changed your sound. You need to go into the sound menu and change it so that the sound's actually connected to banana.
The options menu in what Discord?
No, in sound in Windows. Go to sound in Windows and change it from the default, whatever it's called, Realtek. Change it to voice meter banana. You need to do that for your mic and for your sound output. If it's a new computer, you just obviously haven't set it up yet.
Just like the old days, isn't it, eh?
I was just
Anthony
gonna
being a technical pain in the ass. Yes.
I was just gonna say that it's like, just like I was thinking that, just like the old days. I mean, real old days, right?
Yeah, but normally it's me that works. Normally me that doesn't.
Hey, that sounded good. Say a complete sentence.
Nathan is a dick.
Yep, we're back to the same old days.
Nah, you're still chopping. You need to figure it out. It's still broken.
What? It didn't break for me. Longer sentence.
Shut up. It's still broken. It's still
Playing.
riddle.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 10.
Oh, you're still chopping. So since you changed it, did you change it?
Did you restart the computer?
No, I only just logged in the first time for a long time.
Oh, you need to log back in and restart.
Restart.
Maybe
Yeah, restart. Come back.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll see you next week. It's been a pleasure.
May I take this opportunity to say subscribe to Nathan Oakley 1980 and Nathan Oakley respectively?
Yeah. Well, you're gonna do it anyway.
Who's going to stop you?
Yeah, right. Damn, we had a whole. Go ahead.
This is a treatment. You're doing something.
I'm gonna treat the environmental scientist, and then we're gonna do a McBooger Eater review. I had it just popped up in my feed today or this morning, and I said, oh, okay, what the hell is this? And it's incredibly stupid, so we're gonna do that too.
Why are you covering the, as you call him, Nancy Tree Hugger? Didn't we cover him yesterday?
Think you covered him, whether it was yesterday or the day before. I was going to let it go, but then he responded to you, so I'm going to have to do a retreatment.
Yeah, he responded and said that I was a scammer, and how dare I question his authority because he's an environmental scientist.
Yes. And he didn't know proper maths.
Yeah, he said that was it. He said I was a scammer. I didn't know proper maths, and then he put a link to something that didn't work. I actually got sent this by someone else he was responding to. It wasn't me personally.
Right.
But yeah, he called me a scammer.
I think it was Liam.
Yeah, Liam. Been pretty embarrassed.
Is that a real subcategory? I've heard of mechanics, pure maths, statistics, but not proper maths.
Let me get the exact. I may have paraphrased that. I paraphrased it, so it wasn't exactly in detail. 1 second, I'll snatch it up. I read it earlier this morning.
Calling me a scammer and saying I'm not good at proper maths is just reeks of fear to me.
Here, this is what he said, Adam. From, what's his name again? Queer Brown Vegan. Oh, this is going to be a joy. This is what he said. I'm not interested in talking to people who are scammers and who don't know basic maths. P.S. I am a trained environmental scientist. It seems like he doesn't have a science degree. End of message.
Profound. Ad hom non sequitur. Beautiful. Thanks.
Yeah, that's all. It's just all it is. So I was just agreeing with Adam. It's just a glorified ad hom.
And then I went to the video itself, and because you send people, they do tell them, hey, Nathan Oakley did a review on yours, and they're very polite. And he responded to a lot of them, but it was really creepy. I'll show everyone when we pull the video up. It was pretty. It's like amateur night with retards. They think they're actual intellects, but they're actually retarded. Yeah, it's amateur night. We'll check that out.
You're not respecting his authority as a environmental scientist now, are you?
No. That's
an great.
That's an oxymoron, by the way.
Environmental scientist.
Yeah. So, Betty, we're going to be reviewing a video here shortly of his channel name is Queer Brown Vegan. How you like that?
Weird. Very woke, too.
He's woke. Is he as woke as Brian?
Which Brian?
Which Brian? Our Brian.
Gay Brian.
Gay Brian.
Some laugh, all right.
He's been doing that. Nathan's been doing that for the past. He tried to do that to me. Was it yesterday?
Yeah. Time to get a bit projection-y in it now. Two different people, 2 nights in a row.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you use a gay joke twice. Suddenly you're a gay homosexual yourself who smelt it, dealt it.
Smelt it, dealt it. What is this argument by cliche?
Yeah.
Job's a good one. What about Anthony popping in? I haven't heard that voice. It's awesome.
Is he come back? Is he back?
He's not back yet, no, but him just popping in because I haven't heard him at Coon's age.
He'll be at least 5 minutes. It's an AMD chip. Restarts take a while.
Yeah, you would know.
I've never used AMD. I wouldn't have that garbage in my system.
That's a little insider computer geek swipe he's made at Anthony.
Yeah.
But he's thinking, none of them people, all them ignoramuses wouldn't know what the hell I'm talking about. I'm really clever. That's what he's thinking.
Not at all. AMD is very good value.
I can spot a tech backslide when I hear one.
Anthony's back.
There you go.
Anthony, radio check. Now we can't hear you at all.
Oh, dear.
Step backwards, I feel.
Hey, Anthony, drop out, come back in again. Drop out, come back in. That should fix it. There you go. Uh-oh, get ready.
I don't know if he's actually got anything to say. I think he was just joining to say hello.
He's not. He's come to eat humble pie.
All right.
Oh, is he?
Shh.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shut up.
He's gonna. Okay, or is it still jumpy?
Yeah, but
hold on a second, man. Hold on. Let's give a proper radio check. Radio check, Anthony.
2, 3.
Nope.
No.
Oh.
Super chat, super stupid, super non-connectivity.
Tony Whitcombson, I asked Isaiah Hernandez. There you go. I asked Isaiah Hernandez to go to Nathan's show today in the comment section. We will see or won't.
I think I seen his I think I seen your comment in there, Tony. We'll check it out when I pull it up because I'm going to go down to the comment section before we get going. Yeah, thanks, Tony.
Our Tony doesn't have to eat humble pie. It's in his contract.
Oh no, he doesn't. I've got a big portion.
Okay, we're going to give him
Hold
another.
on.
Hey, co-host. Wait a second. Shut up. Damn. Haven't you said enough on your own show?
I'm not a co-host here. I'm just a guest, so you can tell me to shut up. That's fine.
Let's get Anthony again. Anthony, radio check. Lost 1. This is lost 3. Are you lost 2 over?
Might be broke.
Give me
with me.
Give me a long sentence. Give me a long sentence, Anthony.
I was doing. You interrupted me. Is it coming through okay? Or is it jumpy?
It's we needed a long sentence.
Counting to 10 should be enough. 1, 2, 3, 10.
Yeah, it's still buggered.
Yeah, it's buggered.
You sound saying wrong on voice meter. You're gonna have to figure it out.
1, 2, 3, 10.
10. That was classic, Tony. Thanks for that.
Well, maybe we can get some broken interrupted show magic from Anthony. But why would he be eating humble pie? I don't get it.
Forest beat Liverpool. He was winding us up.
Hey, Adam, belly up to that mic.
I've not heard from him since Forest beat Liverpool, so he's probably just coming to admit that on the day the better team won.
Yeah, we played rubbish. It was an insult, wasn't it? We disrespected you and you battered.
You battered us.
That Anthony?
Is it working now, or is it breaking up?
It's breaking up periodically. It's good enough. It's good enough, Anthony. Just we'll tolerate you.
I wanted to ask Flatzoid. I listened back to the Andrew Johnson proving globe, and I wanted to know why was it him get away with flying Newtonian gravitation without finding what gravity is? Because these people don't know what gravity is.
I don't think Flatzoid seemed to have dropped. I don't see him in here. Anyone else see him in there?
Negative, Ghost Rider.
Okay, yeah, he dropped that. Anthony.
I didn't see that bit, Tony, but the bit I would say is I had great fun, and it was good to see how powerful it is to hold these people to it. And I wouldn't let them get past the word level, neither me nor Brian. He couldn't move, to his great frustration. So yeah, I wouldn't forgive. I don't know. From the king of allowing them to beg the question, it's a bit cheap.
Yeah, I do agree, but it depends on the audience, though, doesn't it? It depends on the person question. You've got to define terms, especially when it's contention, and can't define terms without redefining terms. They do it on all. That's why they have like the word level, curve. It's ridiculous.
That's what was funny. He couldn't get past that. He wanted to just have me subconsciously admit that it was curved that level, but he wasn't prepared to just say level means level, having no part higher than another. Wouldn't go there. It's brilliant.
They seem to contract level horizontal.
Horizontal's level.
In their world, horizontal lining level, curved line. They redefine the term. It's like they do with gravity. They redefine gravity, current to what they want it to be.
Not anymore. The horizontal is now a circle in their world.
Circumference.
Are you on Straight to Talk?
I'm not even joking. Sorry, Flatsy.
Are you on that Push to Talk? Are you on that?
Oh my! It's breaking up for me.
Try and ignore him. He's got a terrible, awful connection, or he's got.
Yeah, but I said straight. I meant like Push to Talk because maybe that's why it's cutting up like the beginning and end.
Is that what you got, Anthony? Push to Talk?
No.
Nope.
Got it on the note.
He doesn't.
Well, try Push to Talk then.
I'll try it.
No, he's got the assignment on Discord to the settings in Windows incorrect. That's what happened to me on the show today. He'll have to set it correctly and then restart his computer. But he's got
He's wasted a load of money on a crap PC. We know it.
There's nothing wrong with this PC. He just needs to tell you the voice meter settings to the Discord settings. That's it. It's easy. Once he'll figure it out.
Well,
That's not what you were saying a minute ago. Sorry.
turning off automatic input usually fixes that. So you gotta go in audio settings, find
Why
where
is everyone
automatic input
low?
is, turn it off.
Why is that?
Interrupting this heavily technical, fun for the audience discussion that we're having.
Yeah, I like your background noise too. Can you put your kids on the mic directly?
Yeah, what are we in
I will.
kindergarten?
No worries, no problem.
He has a lot to say, Kiwi, for a fella that does his best to shut down his own after show.
Speaking of which, we ended the after show so I could do Omi videos. Brian runs away every time he does. He wants no part of it, which is fine. And there's some available to members. I think I've edited 2 or 3 of them already. So if you're a member of mine, check them out.
Yeah, well, it seems like to me like there's an after show happens and someone makes a point of not playing any video for anyone to respond to. Then they shut down any conversation that's happening. Then they say, may as well finish because no one's talking.
What happens when you're addicted to Omi?
People like the Omi videos.
No, that's what they tell you.
Okay, well, we'll see how the feedback goes.
Scientifically validate that they like it.
Category error. Category error.
Category error, yeah. Nice.
I thought your response was, Nathan, it's non sequitur defense.
Well, good job. You passed the
complaint
test.
Isn't whether or not Omi videos are liked. It's almost a request of do those in your own bloody time.
Exactly.
I think.
Just to highlight that it wasn't a joke. When I said that the ballers are now claiming horizontal is a circle, that is what they're claiming. Every point, let me go through it. I did this today on Nathan's. Stand where you are, stand up if you're sitting down, put your arms out as your shoulders, right? Or straight in front of you, sorry, and say, that's one horizontal. Take one step forward and stop. That's a second horizontal that's at a different angle to the first horizontal. That's the ballers. So every step forward is a new horizontal that's at a different angle to the old horizontal. That's what they believe horizontal is right now. So from one end of your hallway to the other is a whole range of different horizontals. In case anyone's interested.
Yeah, but you can't put it on every single ball-tard, just the idiots that deal directly with you, right?
That's basically all of them, though. That deal with me. Do you know what I mean? There's a couple I won't put it on. There is a couple I won't put that on. Right? Not every baller. But when I say the ballers, I'm talking about, you're talking 95% of of the opposition that we deal with, I'm dealing with. And that it's basically 95% of them are claiming that is what horizontal.
I don't know. There's a lot of friggin' anti-flat earthers out there. What are the numbers?
Well, when I say ballers, I mean anti-flat earthers. Like, if they're not flat earthers, they're ballers. You know what I mean?
It's more of an anti-flat earth. It's a sign of desperation, mate, and an inability to deal with the pitch data. So all they can do is now redefine horizontal, and pretend that gyroscopes magically realign, having to need to be set up at the beginning for a sustained period. These things magically realign themselves due to gravity, yeah, so that you can have multiple horizons. It's a desperate attempt, yeah, to try and ignore the implications of the pitch data.
Well, let me give you 3 statements that sum up what they're claiming. Horizontal changes its own orientation in relation to itself. Statement 1. Statement 2. Gyroscopes are fluid in space, right? That's the second part of what they're claiming. Now, they don't want that to be what they're claiming. They'll try and say they're not claiming that. Then they'll describe a gyroscope that's definitely fluid and definitely not rigid in space. Number 3, statement 3, that horizontal has rate of slope always. That's the best way to describe it.
Really?
Because horizontal has a constant rate of slope. Yeah.
Does it? Did they provide citation with that? The glue sniffing fungus munchers.
No, but that's exactly what they're describing. And when you tell them back, if you just say back to them what they're describing, they'll deny describing it. And then they describe it against you.
Every one of them defies an axiom.
Yeah. And reality.
As does you're holding your arms out straight. All horizontals are parallel.
Parallel to what?
Plane of the horizon.
There you go. How do you have horizon on a globetard?
You don't. Oh, I gave you credit for something today. You might not have heard on the live show.
Really?
So, yeah. Well, we were talking about turning the pitch data into a housekeeping question. And I said, well, QE summarised this in just such a succinct manner with so few words. And it was akin to what you just said. Yesterday, you said the following statement. You can't have pitch data on a globe. End statement.
Adam argued with that the other night.
Figures.
He went down he went down to tubes quick though.
Yeah, you can't have, because horizontal can't exist.
Exactly.
On a globe. That's the problem. You can't have horizontal on a globe.
Yeah.
Because there's no way for it to exist. You have no way for it to be an orientation. The horizon is not going to. It's not going to be straight. It's not going to be. You can't get a horizontal from it. It can't be called an horizon. It's not an horizon. It's the leading edge of a globe. There's just horizontal is not. Horizontal is a constant orientation. It can be parallel to another horizontal at a different elevation, vertical elevation from it, but it can't be at a different pitch to that horizontal. So you can have you can't have two claimed horizontals at different pitch to each other, because you need horizontal to determine even the pitch.
That's the key. That's the key. That's what
exactly. You need horizontal to determine the pitch. That's absolutely the key.
Yep.
That's the most critical bit.
Yep.
If you're going to fly with respect to horizontal and that provides you your orientation, their argument defies what you're actually doing. You're establishing orientation with the horizontal, and they're saying you're reorientating the plane. No, you're not. You're establishing its orientation with horizontal.
But that one, curious.
No, I'm saying that. I mean, the benchmark or the measuring rod for pitch is horizontal. It's over.
Yeah, but that's when I make the statement, when I sum up what they've been claiming as that horizontal is changing its own orientation in relation to itself. That's what I mean. It's like you can't even determine a pitch without horizontal.
Exactly.
So how can horizontal change its own pitch? It makes it's just ridiculous.
Yep.
Furthermore, just to add stupidity to this, if you're going to describe the change in orientation of horizontal as oxymoronic and violating axioms as it is, you need something to describe that deviation from.
Yes.
Well, what would you describe it from?
Horizontal.
Horizontal.
Itself.
It's never-ending circle jerk right back to the flamethrower.
Yeah, well, see, we were thinking there today about a housekeeping question, and we kind of got we were I was saying before about this pitch data that it's, and we're all saying the same things, but I can only say what I was saying, so I'm not trying to take other people's words. Is that it's not an argument; it's just a fact. So when it came to looking for a housekeeping question about it, we were trying to say like, how do you have basically how can pitch data exist on a globe? Well, it can't, because horizontal can't exist, which you need for pitch.
Yes.
And it's kind of like we got to the point where we couldn't even make a question out of it because it was just a statement of fact. But I think maybe just that simple, that what you said, how does horizontal, how can pitch data exist and the globe exist or something like that? What is it you say, Kiwi? Pitch data. You just make a statement that pitch data can't exist on the globe, but that's not a question, is it? It's like how can the globe exist and pitch data exist? It can't. As a question, we're trying to make a housekeeping question. We kept on just ending up stating just a pure fact.
You've forgotten the conclusion we drew. Go on.
Needs more caveats of facts, but
I don't think so. How can you acquire pitch data on a globe tard?
Yeah, the question is simple, but the conclusion is slightly different to the pitch data conclusion if you try and turn it into a housekeeping question, which obviously we've done. We came up with 3 or 4 alternatives. The reality is that we reached a comprehension that this is no longer something that needs to be a housekeeping question because the days of housekeeping are over. They were there to keep house and keep track of the debate that doesn't exist anymore.
Sure.
Yeah, but there's that, and they also were the pinnacle of the argument in that they demonstrated a full understanding of the subject, and the question is phrased in such a way as to not even enable the opponent to answer it without indicting them.
Yes.
So
yeah. So the conclusion is, how can you have pitch data on a globe?
Yep.
No, it's not sufficient.
Yeah, it is.
How can you have continued straight and level flight pitch data on a globe?
No, you don't need the caveat like that.
No, I think he's right. You do need the caveats. No,
you don't.
because you do. I'll tell you for why. Because just hearing it off the cuff, if you're a newbie, there's no context. There always has to be a level of context in these questions. So if you just say, how can you have pitch data on a globe? What's pitch data?
Oh, I see where you're headed. Right. Okay.
So how can you have straight and level flight, as proven by pitch data, on a globe? Is enough caveat.
Yeah, because pitch can be, you can put that in several different contexts. Okay. Agreed.
Yeah, I think though maybe more of a how can airplane pitch data exist if the Earth's a globe?
You could do it that way. You'd have to have
cancellation.
But Adam's version includes the actual demonstrable evidence within the pitch data. That is straight level flight. So you need to say that.
Okay.
The word level though is it. Sorry.
Go ahead. Have Adam say it again. Go ahead, Adam.
How can you have straight and level flight pitch data on a globe?
Straight and level flight pitch data. Straight and level flight.
And that encompasses my bit in terms of change of down, your bit, and Brian's aeronautics bit. Or the answer requires that circular do-si-do where they undo themselves.
Or better still, how can pitch data show straight and level flight on a globe? There you go.
Well, no, because pitch data can't exist on a globe because it would require horizontal to exist. That's the problem, you see.
Yeah,
the real question is, how can horizontal exist on a globe?
Yeah,
if we wanted to get down to really brass tacks.
Yeah,
I'm not allowed to talk.
I was just going to say, yes, that's the nature of housekeeping questions.
I'm not allowed to talk.
Brian, don't come at it as like a flat earther. Come at it as a baller and how you would try and attack it. And as long as the route of attack means you're into the circular do-si-do, that means the question's sufficient.
Well, that's what I was doing. Well, I was coming at it more of a cancellation, more of a cancellation direction, like I did with I like to do with the perspective and stuff. It's like, how can aircraft pitch data exist if the Earth is globe?
That's it. I was just going to say that. I was just going to say that. So contextualize it simply. How can flight pitch data be acquired on a globe tard? That's it. That's all, Steve. Yeah.
No, I disagree.
Well, you can't
disagree.
disagree.
Straight level in there, because otherwise they just say, well, yeah, the pitch data only works on a globe as a reply, and then no one's any the wiser. Whereas if you pepper it with straight and level, there is no ambiguity about what you're defining.
No, you're messing it. No, I disagree.
How can you have pitch data on a globe tard? You would have zigzaggy heartbeat lines up and below the horizontal pitch.
How can you have horizontal on a globe?
Well, the point is if you close the question by incorporating the straight and level flight part of it, it encompasses every bit of the circular do-si-do, which has them held. If you just have it without that bit invoking what the actual powerfulness of the data we've got, which is the straight and level flight, which completes the circle, which is why we waited for it. Yeah, it complete. Yeah, then nah, we didn't wait for a reason. We used my data.
No, we don't need that. We just need.
The housekeeping
Yeah,
question
we can
before.
talk about it. We could talk about it more offline. I don't want to get into a do-si-do around the actual wording of it, but I think we have the rough outline of it. Yeah, it's okay. It'll be okay.
Yeah, I'm not 100% on everything about it, but I definitely will have problems with whatever anyone suggests.
Yeah,
and
me
I'll
too.
argue with them.
Yeah. Nathan and Adam, I'm definitely gonna have problems with that.
May I?
Yes, I will definitely have problems
Go on,
with Nathan and
Flatsy.
Adam. Go on, Flatsy.
Hold on, Flatsy. Flatsy said, "May I?" So go ahead, Flatsy.
I was gonna say, I think that people like it because I find it very funny when you belabor like an argument to a point where it is clean cut, concise, ready to go.
It's usually just left to me, and I do that, and then it's canonized. But that's not happening today for some reason.
I'll check it for him, and if I approve, then it's canonized.
Yeah.
Well, so much for the Supreme Council, eh?
Yeah, it's disbanded. I'll bring it back together.
Kiwi, are you saying you give the vacuum packed version? Sorry, come on.
The vacuum packed version. Yes, I tried to do that. Yes.
That's a good example of a very small amount of time that will be spent on which will be a long amount of time of how housekeeping questions are formulated. This level of arguing amongst ourselves.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to crank you up higher, Adam. I'm gonna put you on 200%.
I'm right next to the mic. Can you not hear me?
I can hear you, but it's still a little bit low. Maybe it's my local settings. No, it's not my local settings.
Oh, I must have been. Is that better?
Yeah.
There you go. Anyway,
I got you. The best it's going to be I got you at 200%. I got you maxed out.
Lovely.
Yeah, lovely. All right. So what are we going to do? We'll get back to that topic. Don't worry about it. It's still going to be there. It's all right. Betty, what are we going to do?
You're gonna do what you do best.
Uh-oh. Here comes a backslide. What's that?
Treatment.
Oh, no, it wasn't a backslide. Damn. I anticipated that incorrectly.
Exactly. Says more about you than about me.
Here's the backslide. I knew the backslide was going to get in there somewhere.
Well, you sort of offer yourself up, right?
I do sometimes, because remember you told me a long time ago that you got to let the little mouse win sometimes?
Rat, I told you.
Oh, was it a rat? You got to let the rat win sometimes so he'll come back.
Yeah, otherwise he won't play anymore.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. She used to tell me that years and years ago.
Yeah, still didn't learn.
There we go, another backslide.
That's why people don't come to the show. That's why. Oh, it's Nathan and his mute button. It's because we don't let the rat win ever.
You got it. Finally. Nathan has one teaching and he gets it immediately, and you need multiple.
Yeah, but he doesn't employ it.
I'm not going to employ that. I'm not going to let the rat win just so they'll come back and play. I'm not having fun this end of game.
This is the big rat being narcissistic.
I knew it was going to get back there. Damn.
See, I can only turn this into something sexist. This is sexist. This is a woman talking about getting the rat to come back to play. We've got a plague. We need to kill them all.
Can I ask Kiwi a question?
I'm going to turn you down because your mic is really good, Brian. See, Adam, he is on 110%. I'm going to turn him down a little bit to 95. Go ahead and ask your question.
I love this color commentary about mic levels. It's fascinating.
Isn't it? Shut up. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Kiwi. You said the right thing there to Nathan. Yeah. How can airplanes exist if the Earth's a globe?
They can't. You're still hung up on this. We'll get back to it, Brian. It'll be okay.
I'm just trying to simplify it as even more. I don't know if it's possible.
Yeah, we're off that topic, Brian. Let it go. It'll be all right.
Okay.
Don't literally let it go. Just temporarily let it go. Well, we move on to bigger, better things.
That's right. Flatsy, you want to say something? I seen you flash a little bit, or was that back feed?
Yeah, it was back. I was laughing. You guys are making me laugh.
Well, that's why we're here, Flatsy. All right, let's get on with this. I think we're going to go to the what? Go ahead, Betty.
It's the Comedy Gold show.
It's not comedy gold, Betty.
Oh, yeah, it feels that way.
All right, wait a second. Let me get my act together here. Okay, we got. Oh,
You're
yeah.
acting. You're acting.
I
There
don't
you go.
act. I was never a good actor.
Could I just get an update on my Could I just get an update on my volume level, please? What number am I at?
Yeah, 1 second.
I've
I
had
was
to
just,
reach
I was just
85.
joking.
Nathan was
really
just
wanna know.
wanting to hear his voice.
I
Come
know.
on, QE, catch up.
Yeah.
I can tell you what number you're going to be at if you keep up that.
I can tell. Nice one, Brian. Nice. You're at 149%, Nathan.
Oh, well, isn't that lovely?
Yes.
Good number.
145 now because you're starting to irritate me.
So we're doing the down a couple of notches, eh? That's your fault, Brian. So we're covering this gay vegan then, or what?
The gay, yeah, we'll do that one first. Yes. So let me get my act together here. I think
See,
it's
acting again.
It's oh my god. Debunking is that the debunking? Yeah, I think that's it.
This is gonna be a funny show.
How you know?
Buckle up, guys.
How you know?
Because I've already been laughing my butt off.
We got a bunch of characters in here, man. That's the problem, Flatsy. Can't be serious. All right. So, typical thing. Let me go ahead and throw it on over to YouTube so I don't forget. Oh, shocking. A frigging cartoon model. Straw man type, one each. But what a shocking surprise. We're going to start with that. So, the usual thing, I'm going to let it go for 5 seconds, and you guys tell me if the volume's good. Here we go.
Why exactly do people think Earth is flat? Flat?
Shut up.
Too loud.
Is it?
Yes.
Anyone
I don't
else?
think so. I think it's fine, but I've got it adjusted on my end.
A
Not be
touchdown
full.
would keep it in level with the mics.
A touchdown?
Yeah.
All right, 1 second. Let me go to...
Just do it on YouTube.
The mics, other than my mic.
Just do it on the video itself.
I was going to say that.
Do it on the video
Yeah,
itself?
Yeah, take it to 2/3 and that'll be perfect. A bit more. There we go. That'll be perfect.
Right there?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that'll be good.
All right, let me come back here and change my banana. I like it at 3.0 now.
So yeah, this is just while QE's doing that. We covered this guy yesterday, and for the audience's benefit, he's an environmental scientist.
Oh, shit, it went more on that. Get off of that. Sorry, Nathan.
Earthers have
punk ass YouTube. Let's pull it, Jay. No, we're not. Jay's forward. Oh, I'm good. All right, I'll get another 5 seconds. We can draw this out a little bit longer. You let me know. Here we go. 5 seconds.
Why exactly do people think Earth is flat? Flat Earthers have probably existed.
No, he still sounds really gay.
I can't adjust that level.
Oh, okay. Carry on then.
It's the second dial-up on voice meter.
All right, folks. Fine folks out there in YouTube. Now, police yourselves out there. Like I said, I can't see out there, so do whatever you want. Here we go.
Why exactly do people think Earth is flat? Flat Earth.
We don't think the Earth is flat. We know it is for an absolute fact. So is this going to be amateur night again? Like I said, from a dweeb. Let's see who this is. Sorry about that. I didn't introduce it. Debunking Flat Earth Theory. Well, we already know right now by the title that he would fail Intro to General Science 5th grade. So Isaias Hernandez. Yeah. that what we got going on here? And what's your channel name again? Bunking Flat Earth. Where'd that name come from, though? The other name I got? Where was that? The queer something?
So no. So he's called Queer Brown Vegan on, I think, his like other socials like Facebook.
Oh.
But on YouTube, he just goes by his name, Amanda's.
Well, there it is up here
Very
too.
brown.
It's up
I'm
here.
browner than him.
Shut up, Adam. There it is up there. It says at queer. It's a little blurry. Queer Brown Vegan. There we go. There's his title up there. All right, we're good to go.
Earthers have probably existed for thousands of years.
Flat Earthers have probably Flat Earth. That's a stereotype fallacy. What are you on about? Where's your evidence for your globe-tard, sphere-tard?
He's in a category error straight away. So he's talking about flat earthers and how long they've existed. It's like we're talking about measurements of the plane that we exist on, not people and their thoughts.
That the complete dead stranger people and their thoughts.
Years, but
I heard. That means Adam's got something. Go ahead.
Well, yes. Yeah. It's not fundamentally a competition. It's not like who's the old. My dad's older than yours. My dad's a lot older than yours. Therefore, I win. It's not who's. Yeah. Even that the reverse has put it as that it's only a recent idea. It's kind of irrelevant. Who thought what back then does not make a difference to what the nature of what we're standing on is.
Sure.
And how we can substantiate that now.
Sure. It's totally irrelevant. You're right all over it. Yep.
Flat earthers.
I can tell him mine.
Uh-oh. Brian's got something to say about that. Go ahead, Brian. Cover something we didn't.
Yeah, I can tell. Yeah, I can tell him exactly how long flat earthers have existed for. Ever since the Earth existed.
Ah. Thanks, Brian.
A couple of days.
Probably existed for thousands of years.
See, you're
come on.
interrupting him, man. Shut the hell up.
No, well, I know he's boring. Couple of days in, on the ball, I was doing some research. That's not the oldest sphere I was trying to find.
Okay,
it's a German one called the Erdapfel.
The
so
what?
The potato, the Earth apple.
Earth apple,
which is German. Yeah, the Earth apple, which is it's a play on words as well because. Earth apple. Betty will help me here. Earth apple in German is the word for potato.
Is it?
Yeah, we have a word also in Dutch. It's aardappel, and aarde is earth. So yeah.
Really? Apple. Is that what it is? Apple.
Yeah. Aardappel.
Say it.
Yeah.
Listen. Let me stop. I'll let Betty say it so everyone can hear it because I'll butcher it. Go ahead, Betty.
Aardappel, aardappel, aarde, appel, earth, apple. We got that. So potato is aardappel.
So apple is a freaking potato.
Yeah, we call that a potato. Yeah.
It's so Brian, do you swing Brian? Brian, do you swing from earth apple trees?
It's the same in French. Pomme de terre, apples from the ground.
Yeah, pomme de terre. Yeah,
pomme de terre. I got a lake not that far away from me, and its name is Pomme de terre.
Well, there you go. That's where I get the potatoes from.
The earth.
Earth apple.
Oh boy.
But this was the Earth apple of Nuremberg 1492. So that's where you get your first globe.
Really?
Same year as Columbus, isn't it? 1492. Is that the same year as Columbus? I think.
Well, it's supposed to be. No, it can't be because obviously potatoes, apples. And I know I'm speaking to the king of the apple. But apples didn't appear in Europe until after Columbus came back, according to history, did they? So it would have to be post his return with a bag of apples.
Well, it's around that time of Cortez the Killer, all that, isn't it, in South America? But just a bit of history about that. I looked into that in 2016, Adam, the exact thing you looked at. Remember the old footballs they used to use? way back in the times of World War One.
Yes, I was going to mention this. Brian, Martin Leake and I also found that football-looking Earth that you're about to talk about. Yes.
Yes. Well, that is like back in World War II times. They had these brown leather stitched together, almost spherical footballs that they would use, what Americans call soccer balls, that they would kick about the pitch, and the globe that I saw looked like a bad version of one of those with some continents stitched onto it, right? That was in 2016. I looked again in 2019 at the same exact thing, and I found this perfect globe, like nearly made with the whole equator and everything on it, and you can spin it. It was nearly like a Swiss watch. It was 3 years later, and it was a completely new looking thing. It wasn't anything like the thing I originally saw. And I had mentioned to the ballers in that time about this globe and how bad it was, and when it turned up. And suddenly the whole thing was upgraded. You know what I mean? It became Darth Vader all of a sudden. You know, kind of a globe. And
they've got pictures of that. The original leather ball. They've got some. I'm sure they've got pictures of it in the cathedral that we went to see the Mappa Mundi in. You know, the great big cowhide flat map. Well, in there, they had pictures of that leather football Earth.
That's amazing. Do we want to get back to the video sometime this century? Or is there a point somewhere?
There's no point to any of what we do.
Took a red herring.
Good point.
I think Earth is flat. Flat earthers have probably existed for thousands of years, but less of them exist now thanks to, well, science. Disclaimer.
Science? What does science have to do with this? Science, that's a category here.
It's
Appeal to
religion.
consensus.
Say again?
It's appeal to consensus.
Appeal to
back then,
it's a
the Earth was flat because loads of people thought it was flat, but now there's not many of them now, so it's a ball.
No, he said science. Well, that's a category error. That's not consensus.
No, it's not, because it's also a religion in this case.
But it's still, he said because of science. Well, that's a category error. They wouldn't know it because of science. What the disclaimer? Here we go again. Disclaimer: Earth is round. Hey doofus. Round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. You can have a round and flat penny, round and flat CD, round and flat pizza. So you're a moron. These are just superficial headline that you're screwing up there, brown guy.
A lot of them do this, don't they? Is put that in. Disclaimer, if he's round. Yeah. Why? Are they? It's interesting, isn't it? It's an odd thing to have to do.
There's another problem here, glue sniffer. You see this black stuff on? Get your face out of there. You see this black stuff? It's bluish black stuff. You see this black stuff over here and down here? Yeah, you see all that? If that were true, then you wouldn't have any of this white stuff and blue stuff, because that would have been sort of dismantled by this black stuff out of here, this according to the second law of thermodynamics. You clown.
Earth is round, but it's worth it to explore where this conspiracy theory originates and why.
Oh my God, we got a radio check in the middle of my video.
Sorry.
Oh, you did sound good.
All right, go ahead. Ruin this whole video, Anthony, and give us a complete sentence, a longer type of one. Go.
Oh, what is it? The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy black dog. Is that it?
Oh, that's sweet, boy.
Clear
Sweetness.
and crystal. Sound great.
Yay! Sorry to hijack and ruin. Carry on.
Thank you. Mike sounds exquisite. People need to take some that same advice. Adam.
I'd agree with that. Yes, I'd probably try and do that myself.
Here we go. Oh.
Why?
Hey, shut up.
Something like this can become real to so many people. My name is Isaiah.
Real to so many people. What do you mean? What are you on about?
Hernandez, and this is Queer Brown Vegan. My platform is.
He actually said it. Betty, he's the Queer Brown Vegan. What do you think about that?
Totally woke.
He's totally woke. Brian's jealous.
To bring you environmental education that's focused.
Whoa. Wait a second, Adam. Well, let's get this. His name is Isaiah Hernandez, and this is Queer Brown Vegan. And what?
And this is Queer Brown Vegan. My platform is to bring you environmental education that's.
Environmental education? Why are you talking about whether the Earth is a globe, tart, or flat? Is that an environmental question?
This is going to hurt. Just press play. Let's get past intersectional issues.
It is actually see this. It makes sense now to me why he made this video. Yesterday, I should have given this more thought. You know why he has a problem with us? Because all this environmental nonsense that he was taught was fact is mostly based around the globe.
Yeah,
that's his problem.
Yeah, but it's disconnected. What does this mean? That's focusing on the intersectional issues? Is there intersectional issues here?
Yeah. Hold on. You've just got past what Brian just said, like totally unjustified.
No, I
Absolutely
did.
correct. Let me just side with Brian. Just clear the airwaves just for a sec, just for me to agree with him. Yes. And it makes total sense why his response was what it was. He declared that we shouldn't be challenging him based on the fact that he's an environmental scientist. So he's projecting out his fears in his response, isn't he? You can't challenge me. I've got this accreditation. And as you've just pointed out, Brian, everything we do stands in the face of his global accreditation to environmental science.
Oh, it's
absolutely.
It's just the word. And by the way, he didn't say that yet. So in lieu of his after comment, that's not what he's saying here. Don't try to disconnect this from my audience with other information that's not included in this video.
That's focusing on the intersectional issues rather than ignoring them. If you like what you see here, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
Right, so what does that mean?
I don't know.
I don't know what
intersectional. Intersectional is a DEI term. So it's to do with diversity, equity, inclusion. So in this case, if you're talking about environmental intersectionalism, it'd be how does gender, race, sexual orientation affect the climate?
Yep, he's a baltard. What a
That
moron.
would be an interesting question.
That is an interesting question. I hope I never hear it again.
Is that how it actually breaks down, Adam? Are you being sarcastic, or is that how literally word for word that would break down that way?
That's what intersectionalism is. So if you look at what the intersectionalism of a black woman, a white man, all those, yeah, you'll get that DI response. Well, if you're going to look at environmental issues from an intersectional viewpoint, then I suppose, yeah, technically we could if everybody was to go gay, then that would cause a population decrease, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
That would be intersectional environmental viewpoint, wouldn't it? It's how gender, race, sexual orientation can affect the environment.
Oh, that's
I'd still want to hold on. I'd still want to have babies if I was gay.
You can't, Nathan.
Don't depress me.
Oh,
you can try,
brother. Here we go.
Subscribe because it helps me grow my channel and bring you more educational content.
Educational content like this video. Here we go. There's a long history, centuries, a long, long time ago in a land far, far away. Hey, sphere tard, prove, demonstrate your ball tard. Why all these idiot theatrics? You Nancy friggin' tree hugger?
There's a long history, centuries ago, before scientific advancements and documented.
This isn't a scientific topic, you glue sniffer. You're in a category error right off the bat. This is a geometric topic. That's it. You're a moron.
Global exploration.
Global exploration. You're begging the question. And what's this cartoon? Is this another cartoon straw man again?
It was sort of mainstream to believe that the Earth was
Where's
flat.
mainstream at? So, People keep talking about this mainstream. Where is this mainstream at? Let me get my fly pole.
People had limited knowledge and observations and couldn't use things like
They had limited knowledge and observations. These ancient dead strangers. Amazing.
Google Maps. And
they didn't have Google Maps. Is that what you just said? Ancient people didn't have Google Maps. You're a Rhodes Scholar.
These ancient perspectives were based on what people could perceive with their eyes and thus.
Well, how would you perceive things without your eyes? With your fingers?
Yeah, give it a good grope.
With your meat hooks?
Flat Earth was unofficially created. Some people just still hold on to.
Flat Earth was unofficially created. Where did he get that from? What? Huh? What are you talking about?
To this. And if you imagine people seeing the horizon.
Oh, whoa. How do you have a horizon on a globe-tard, glue snuffer?
Check out that reflection from the sun there.
Betty. Shout out to Betty.
How's that work on a globe?
It doesn't. You can't have this on a globe-tard. How you like that, Betty? Nathan picked that up. Betty, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah. You see that?
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah. Betty and I were just talking about this the other day, surprisingly. When I first ran by this, it was from the guy. Do you guys remember the old Zetetic Astronomy YouTube channel?
Yeah, it's Jeffrey Grupp.
Yeah. He was the first to identify this to everyone. This was in the early days. I seen him in my first week when I was out here. So he had this idea too, and I said, yeah, you're right. Good job.
It does look beautiful, but it also looks like the Death Star firing a laser at us.
Yeah, it does. Folks, you can't have this. You see this the stream of light along the water here? Well, if this was curvy, this light would not appear here. I don't know where it would stop, probably way up here, but you see this coming to your feet or coming close to you? That's impossible on a globe-tard. Just to let you know.
That it looks flat or feeling that the Earth doesn't seem to move.
The Earth doesn't seem to move? What are you talking about? What does that mean?
This is actually a great shot. This is a drone moving along this. This is really cool.
Yeah, it is a nice shot. I like it. Well, let's go back. He's going to say something incredibly stupid. Shocking surprise. So, and if you imagine people seeing the horizon that can't exist on a globe-tard, then what?
The horizon, that it looks flat or feeling that the Earth doesn't seem to move, which is because of gravity that makes.
Whoa. The Earth doesn't seem to move because of gravity? What? Please explain that. What the hell? If you would have said it's because of the wine racks in France, it would have made just as much sense. What does gravity have to do with it? Does gravity mask your perception abilities? Does it have something to do with your inner ear? Gravity? You're a clown, dude. You're just making shit up. Dumb shit.
Makes it seem like Earth is flat.
What?
You also have a general rise in conspiracy theories.
You're off topic. This isn't a conspiracy theory. This is about geometry. The only conspiracy theory is the heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion. That's the only one.
So even though we're spinning, because of gravity, we feel like it's flat.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
That's what I just heard.
Yeah.
This is retarded, dude. Like,
oh yeah,
6-year-olds can put a sentence better together, can't they?
Yep. You're a retard. Case is closed. We could just stop right here. We only got a few more minutes though.
And skepticism. In today's age of widespread information, there's a growing skepticism towards established scientific principles.
There's a growing skeptic because of information. There's a growing skepticism. What? And why are you talking about scientific principles when this is a geometric topic? Again, another category area. You're a moron.
People can seek out and listen to independent voices that can win in popularity contests regardless.
What the hell is he on about now? Did You need some Adderall or something. What does this have to do with your Globetard, Spheretard? That can win popularity contests regardless of what is it? What?
Regardless of sources, it especially comes when people have these big personalities.
What the hell is he on about? What? Huh?
Some people broadly reject scientific consensus and
Scientific consensus. If it's science, it isn't consensus. If it's consensus, it isn't science. Period. You're a moron. We already identified that from down here. You wouldn't know what actual natural science was if it climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in Carolina Reaper lace concertina wire. You're a moron right there with that. We already identified that. You're just stoking the fires a bit more.
and instead of gravitate towards conspiracy theories, believing
what does conspiracy theories have to do with geometry? Geometric conspiracy theories?
that the information from the governments and scientific institutions is...
What's a scientific institution? Anyone?
MIT.
Are they scientific?
Not any of them, the institution itself.
Right.
I don't think you can have you can have an institution that is there to further science, can't you?
Further science, what?
Well, further knowledge in anything that is deemed to be science.
Oh boy, you're in big trouble.
Trying to elucidate another cause of an effect.
Another cause. You might slip that in there to save your ass. Yeah.
Well, no, it's called finishing a sentence.
What? Oh, no more comment? Okay, let's move on.
Manipulated.
Oh, there he goes. You didn't take the silence part, right? You had to wait till I pressed the video. Go ahead.
Never mind.
All right, good.
Or false. There's a general distrust in authority figures and experts, leading...
And why is that? What does that have to do with whether the Earth's a globe tard or horizontal plane? Nothing. Leading some to reject scientific... Do you have scientific evidence of your globe tard, retard? Let's see it.
Some to reject scientific evidence about around Earth.
Yeah, he does. That's what he said. Let's see it. Oh, the keyboard. Is the keyboard your evidence? Oh, you're just going to whistle past that, right? You made an assertion here. Now, you see, when you make baseless assertions, you have a lot in common with other people that make baseless assertions also. They are colloquially called, shout out to Flatsy, village idiots, right? Right down on the corner, you can go get baseless assertion after baseless assertion, right, for less than a dime. That's what you are, because you didn't give your scientific evidence for a round, equivocating fallacy Earth, idiot.
Sometimes information does get manipulated.
Now we're on to information getting manipulated. What happened to the scientific evidence? Well, something to look for is what?
No, there's also a community that get manipulated, but one thing to look for is peer review. No, there's
Okay.
Ultimate bonehead.
Okay. Hey, Glue Sniffer, where are we looking for peer review at? Where is it? What direction? Do we look east, west, north, south?
Do you look at the bottom of a scientific paper, and if it's not got peer reviewed, then it's clearly not science.
Really?
Because of the implicit validity you're going to get.
Implicit validity? Is that did you say implicit validity?
Yeah.
You're speaking my love language. Wait a second. I have never looked at a scientific paper. We'll use that with the meat hooks. Grappling meat hooks. There was never a paper that I looked at and it had at the bottom peer reviewed. Never.
Neither mine. Now my tongue is out of my cheek. He said that as if it was like saying, well, if you want to go to a restaurant, just make sure it's got a Michelin star. No need to say any more at the end of that sentence because yeah, but he's implying that peer review, and again, he's demonstrating his lack of knowledge of what science is.
Yep. He doesn't
May
know.
I?
He doesn't know what
You
peer
might
review is. Go ahead,
peer
Blancy.
review a mathematical paper because it has no experiment and hypothesis test within the paper, does it? Now, if you've got that, and nobody else needs to review it, they just need to read what was there. They might doubt it and repeat it, but it's not a peer review. It's just a repetition.
He doesn't know what peer review is. He's a moron. Go ahead, Flatsy.
Yeah, they always confuse like peer review for something that would, be checking what like a paper. They don't check the math. They don't see if the work is correct. They don't replicate whatever said experiments. They don't do all of that.
Nope.
So what the heck does that matter if
It doesn't.
something goes through peer review?
It doesn't. He's a moron.
I'll tell you what, QE, Brian, tell you what a peer review is. Let's do in Nathan's book.
That's peer review. That's peer review. I don't know about peers. But I may have
peer review sometimes with Adam.
Yeah, I would have to be. Yeah, I would have to probably rephrase. I don't think that's peer review. But he's a glue sniffer. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's just parroting wiki and discovery. What?
I said, no, that's called a cult.
A cult? Is he in a cult?
No, you guys doing the book, not peer review, but it's part of the cult.
It's not cultish behavior. I told you. I corrected you earlier.
Yeah, it's the book of rules that you need to have.
It's not rules. It's a reference book.
You guys need a flag. You know that, right?
Good one, Betty. Betty.
Yeah. Thanks, Betty.
Yeah.
Adam, I apologize for the low blow.
He likes low blows.
Also a community and identity that comes with this belief.
What belief? I don't believe shit. I know the earth is flat, stationary, horizontal plane, and contained. I know it for absolute certainty. No beliefs necessary. Now you believe it's a globetard spinning around in your space monkey. That's you. You're projecting.
This is something that resonates with all humans, communities around shared beliefs. The flat earth belief.
That we don't have beliefs here. Now, you can find flat earthers with beliefs. I'm not saying that. But here, at the tip of the spear, there are no beliefs. There, Sally Sunshine.
Has formed into this, offering a sense of belonging and shared.
Let's see your feet. Do you have open-toed sandals?
Identity. Within these communities, there's a reinforcement of beliefs, making it.
What are you talking about? Where is the evidence for your globe-tard, sphere-tard? My God. Why all these mind-numbing theatrics? Go on, Brian.
It's another one of those videos, though, Kiwi, isn't it? Where they come on, they show you a load of diagrams of some flat earth straw man. They talk a lot of rubbish, and they produce absolutely zero evidence for their globe nonsense. And this is the same thing now for a decade. Nothing. Not one thing that you could consider actual evidence. Nothing.
On the contrary, they say a lot of stupid things.
Absolutely.
Challenging for people to accept evidence that would
What evidence might that be? Are you going to show it?
Disrupt that. Social media has brought this to.
Oh my God! Why are we on social media? Who are you, Ann Landers? What the hell is going on here? What the?
Another level by providing platforms for diverse viewpoints, regardless if it's
diverse viewpoints. It's the nature of our reality. It's objective. This is not an opinion. This is not a kumbaya. Sit down and hug a few trees.
Yeah, but it is, isn't it? It's an intersectional issue, or it could be described as such. So if he was to call us retards, tell us to drink bleach, yeah, etc., he would be very hypocritical, wouldn't he, with regards to his interest in intersectional environmentalism, or environmentalism from an intersectional viewpoint. Yeah, it's all about DEI, isn't it? Now we are We're like ginger people, aren't we? We're a minority group that's allowed to be ridiculed still. There are very few of those left. So it must be a delicate topic for this gentleman. Lady, don't want to misgender him.
Delicate topic, or
We should fight. Well, in a way, we should defend the right to ridicule the minorities. I mean, where will it end if we can't ridicule flat earthers? What next? Can't we ridicule gingers? Where does it end?
My precious bundle of booger butt is a ginger, guys.
Really?
He doesn't have any freckles, but he has like copper-colored hair, like a brand new penny. Yeah.
It's all right. I know plenty of people who can perform exorcisms, so it's all good.
God.
Special genes, Fatsy. Special genes.
It's factual or not. This is sometimes leads to the spread of misinformation and the amplification of
What the hell is he on about, man? What the Globetard? You need to get the Adderall drip out, dude. You're way off topic. Where's the evidence for your Globetard sphere tard now? You pointed out you had scientific evidence for it before. Where is it? My God.
of fringe beliefs, including the flat earth theories.
There are no flat earth theories. You just exposed yourself again. You wouldn't know what science was. You would fail intro to 5th grade general science. And like I said, you wouldn't know what science was if it
Is
climbed
it the
up your
most
arse,
problematic perspective in the world? No, I don't think so. But the problem could be the deeper distrust that it brings out.
Why are we talking about trust? What does this? This is an objective topic. You're in a complete category area, you glue sniffer. I don't need to trust the geometry. It's either geometric or it's not. Damn. You're going to piss me off.
Scientists have told us for decades about the risk of climate change, especially now.
What is this?
That's Coriolis in action.
What's going on here? One's a hurricane, one's a type. Wait, are they spinning the same direction? Let me see.
Wow, and it's an extra challenge.
You went fast. Let's go back.
But the problem could be the deeper distrust that it brings out. Scientists have told us for decades about the.
Those are spinning in the same direction. Are these two scientists? What's this scientist name and this one? I mean, what you going for here, glue sniffer? What the climate change?
No, obviously not understanding what's being shown to you.
Okay.
Right. What you're being shown is the Coriolis effect. In reality, what you're looking at is actually going straight. It's just an illusion.
Huh.
It's not.
Thanks.
The risk of climate change, especially now.
The risk of climate change? I thought this was you proving a globetard. What the hell are you on about? What's next? Beach balls? You don't know where he's going. What climate change? What? Huh? What do you mean climate change? Define climate and then define change. Let's get down to the nitty-gritty of this. Moron.
Now, and it's an extra challenge.
Good.
That's a fundamental religious belief that this gentleman holds. Climate change, yeah.
Hold on.
He is from the Church of John Kerry, yeah. He will. That'll be part of the DEI rhetoric. Look at all the things these people in Just Stop Oil. This will, and listen to what he just said. Yeah, it's not really dangerous, flat Earth in of itself, but it could undermine certain other issues, right? Not let's look at the integrity of the topic at hand. Actually, it could stop people believing in climate change, and that would be awful.
Hold on. What does the climate do?
Change.
We want to stop that. It's nice all the time.
I just got back from a TikTok live about the sun, and I couldn't explain it. If you guys are open to talking about it,
You ain't gonna interrupt my show with that shit.
Oh, my bad.
Who was that?
It's
who's
crackly
interrupting my
Mike Lofty guy.
Who's interrupting my show, Adam?
It was Lofty guy, I think. Somebody just popped in.
Hey, Loafy guy,
No.
don't be interrupting my damn
Loafy.
show because of your shortcomings over at TikTok. Got that?
It's very accommodating of you, QE.
Okay.
When you have a public that distrusts them, as an
Distrust who?
environmental and social issues continue happening, our
What's he on about?
ability to solve these issues relies on good information. For people to identify with fringe sources, it's not always grounded in reality with other people. And if you
What the hell did he just say? And if you know a flat
know
earther,
a flat earther, talk to them about what they think.
about what they think, just talk to them. Just talk to them. What they
Poisoning
think.
the well fallacy. So he's implied that because a source is not from the mainstream, it's inherently false.
Yeah, but what did that have anything to do with his previous statements? Nothing.
Because it might stop people thinking that climate change is real.
If you talk to a flat earther and let them tell you what they think.
Yeah, because then it's not a ball in space.
Ah, that makes sense. Thanks, Adam.
But don't get too carried away with them, because
With them,
they can talk a lot.
with them, they can talk a lot. Is that your case? They can talk a lot. Show your stereotype fallacy. Objection, Your Honor. Stereotype fallacy. Ignoramus moron glue sniffer. They can talk a lot.
What he just said is, if you know someone who's a flat earther, talk to them, but don't talk to them too long, because you'll end up being a flat earther. That's basically what he said.
But they can talk a lot.
Yeah, because what he's admitting to without being honest about it is that you won't be able to support any of this globe nonsense that you're going to be trying to get them to go back to believing in. That's what he's saying.
This is just a stupid comment. It's just moronic, fallacious idiocy. Just a hand wave, ambiguous horse shit you made up. You're a real friggin' glue sniffer, dude.
We have a duty as climate media creators.
We have a duty as climate media? Does he think he's climate media?
Climate media creative scientists. Let's hear him say his title.
Oh my.
I think he's. Sorry.
Go ahead, Flatsy.
I think he's speaking duty. It's not. He doesn't have a duty, or he might have a duty. I don't know.
He's got a duty, all right. Wait a second. Let's go back, Adam. Let's see what he says here. I'm gonna pull a fiber
Because they can talk a lot.
Shut up.
We have a duty as climate media.
As climate media
Creative scientists.
Climate media creative scientist.
Wait a second. He's a climate media creative scientist advocate?
Advocates to be able to.
Not even a climate media creative scientist. He's only an advocate for a climate media creative scientist. So come down. One day, yeah, if he works hard in his advocacy role, maybe you too could be a climate media
creative scientist.
Creative scientist.
What an idiot.
Qualified bug of you.
What an idiot douchebag. You're Dunning. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce you to Dunning-Kruger scary level. He's this is hilarious, dude. I mean, really. I mean, a second grade retard can expose you. Mae West is in the corner blushing. You're a clown. Look at you. You friggin' glue sniffing tree hugger Nancy.
To really push back against misinformation. I mean, it was recently found here on YouTube.
Push back against what misinformation? He's still on this climate. Okay, let him say it. Let me go back.
Back against misinformation. I mean, it was recently found here on YouTube that YouTube is pushing climate denialism videos.
He's on climate. Who on this panel denies climate?
It doesn't exist. Nonsense. The idea that we have weather is just It's just conspiratard, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just more globe stuff.
Oh my god.
Wait, is that super chat? Super climate denialism.
Nope.
Son of a.
Old man, you gotta fix your ears. Put your hearing aids in.
I'm listening to kids talk in the background. They start to mumble. Booger does that sometimes. Old woman.
He finally caught on.
Oh, I didn't finally. I caught on from the beginning. Talking to the backsliding sittings. Otherwise known as Betty.
Betty. Get it right.
If you Google flat Earth theory,
Go Google yourself, and flat Earth isn't a theory. Neither is the globetard, by the way.
you'll find tons of conspiracy videos.
Now he's back on conspiracy videos. Wasn't he just talking about climate denialism? What is going on with you, dude? You need to start central lining that Adderall.
Typically by older white men, or also different people.
Older white men. Huh?
Or also different people.
Is that what he said? Let's go back. Let's get that again. Okay.
Tons of conspiracy videos, typically by older white men, or also different people.
Or also different people.
All of the videos you just showed were anti-flat earthers. So it was Dom Jolly, and it was the BBC, and they're all talking about anti-flat earth topics. Why Earth isn't flat. So he's poisoning the well of flat Earth whilst talking about anti-flat earthers like Dom Jolly and the BBC.
He also made an incredibly stupid statement there, Nathan. Hey, who's interrupting my show?
Neil.
Is that Neil? Betty, he strikes again. Can you mute his dumbass?
You know what he did himself?
My God.
I just muted. Relax.
I'll give you relax.
Yeah, relax. Crying out loud.
All right, let's go back. I think you missed the bigger point here. Let's listen to this again.
Conspiracy videos, typically by older white men, or also different people.
Oh my God! Right. So yeah,
there's also,
right.
I believe,
you dirty, you dirty prejudiced git.
You're still missing it.
That is.
You guys are still shut up. Shut up. You're still missing it.
No, I'm offended.
Flatsy, can you explain that to him? They're still missing it.
He said usually by older white men, or typically by older white men, or other people.
I think you pinpointed him, you brown douchebag. That was a stupid, really incredibly stupid statement. Now go on to your why you're offended, Adam.
Because of that poker toe. Yeah. If I'd have said, yeah, it's because of the blacks and other people of other races, you'd think, well, why would I need to say it's that and then have to give the qualifier because I want to indict other people? Why would I give my hatred of a particular group unnecessarily? That is exactly what a DEI officer's for, to ensure that older white men are eradicated.
You keep on saying this. Are you saying DEI? DI? What are you saying?
Diversity, equality, and inclusion.
Oh, okay. You're on this. Okay, now I got it. All right, appreciate that.
Which is to exclude older white men.
Yes.
I find
to be equity, not equality. It's equity. So
thanks, Flatsy.
I find a lot of the anti-flat earth videos are made specifically by younger homosexuals and other people.
And other people.
Good one, Nathan.
Oh boy, this guy, you're a certifiable glue sniffer, dude. If any people out there listening, I haven't checked back the YouTube studio. I don't know if anyone's listening out there. Can you go over there and say, hey, QE has evaluated this video like you did with Nathan's? Can you have him come back and take a look at this one? I'd appreciate that. Thanks.
Do you mind?
We're also different.
What?
Hold on.
What?
Can you not steal Russian vid's idea of sending people to other people's channels? That's outrageous that you should steal that.
Your hypocrisy knows no bounds, does it?
Tons of conspiracy videos, typically by older white men, or also different people.
I'm sorry, that's incredibly stupid. Or also different people. Well, I guess you pinpointed them.
Talking about these beliefs. I mean, there's...
Well, what beliefs? Now we're back to the flat earth conferences?
Also, I believe, a flat earth conference. That
You believe, so you accept without evidence that there's a flat earth conference? That doesn't make any sense. That's hosted.
It says it from CBS News or whatever it is. Like it says flat earth conference, you know.
Oh, what? Then why does he need to believe it? He thinks that CBS might be lying?
Because he's got no faith in anything he's saying. Because he's got no knowledge in anything he's talking about. So everything is littered with little poker tells.
Little do 7 offsuits. He's an incoherent, driveling moron.
Yeah, well, that's the poker tell. That is the tell there that this guy's an incoherent, driveling moron, as he can't construct a sentence with even any real meaning behind it. He has to mitigate for, which is again a great DEI trait. Yeah, don't actually say anything, and if you are halfway through to actually saying anything, make sure you backtrack so you water it down to be nothing.
Yeah, it's utter drivel. It's utter meaningless. It's disconnected drivel. You're a moron, dude. Where's your helmet?
That is hosted
Just
here in the United States.
Thing.
What's
one
that?
other thing? Yeah, the flatsy. The correction on the equity and include or whatever. Yeah, that's what a DEI officer would say. Important that.
I am not one of those, as far as you know.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
you knew the correct phrase.
Yeah, Betty, that's a
and
symptom.
you weren't prepared to give it up.
Isn't
as far as you know, that's a telling caveat, Klein.
Holy shit, Adam. Hey, Betty, what isn't that defining characteristic of somebody who's DEI?
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah, to confront a DEI agent, and the first thing they do is deny that they're a DEI agent, and they're a DEI agent.
That you fit in
For
that
flat
character.
earthers, and there's a lot of videos of people who have gone to those conferences just to document what happens, and it's very scary to see.
It's very scary to see what? I'm sure things are scary to you.
The amount of people. I mean, like if you look from the flat.
What do you think what do you think scares him? Like dandelions and stuff?
White older men.
Flat Earth theory to even the
No flat Earth theory. There is no flat Earth theory. You just compromised your science acumen again. There is no globe Earth theory either, douchebag.
Hollow Earth theory, that's something that's
Who gives a
another
shit
topic to
about
talk
Hollow
about.
Earth?
I think it is important to know that while these beliefs back then in 2000 may have
Back in 2000? Well, these beliefs back in 2000? Huh? What's he referencing?
Also, I can almost guarantee this won't be important to know.
seen harmless and they're made fun of in other popular sitcom TV.
What is? What's made fun of in sitcoms? What?
Really, very important to know.
Oh,
TV shows or even in animated shows.
Animated shows with Netflix. What about Nickelodeon?
Oh, the suspension's building. Come on. Hey.
He's prejudiced against Nickelodeon.
With Netflix, it's important to understand that climate education today is being threatened.
He's back on climate education. Hey, Betty, he doesn't even understand transition, let alone friggin' how to do it correctly. Go ahead, Adam.
Right, that's why he's still gay.
He's in perpetual transition. Go ahead, Adam.
You're confusing homosexuals and transgenders. It's just because you're old, boomer.
Yeah. He's talking to you, babe. Go ahead, Adam.
No, I'm just confused. I've got no idea what the hell he's babbling about. I was going to ask for a J, but I don't even want one, actually. Just press play.
Just press play.
Obviously, we've seen with Florida banning certain types of climate education and preventing models of Fairview Foundation around.
Now we're into banning climate education in Florida. What the piss is going on? Here,
Job
dude?
security is threatened. This is a climate scientist. I mean, if they're banning education in Florida, I mean, where's he going to retire?
Wait a second.
Son's a bitch. They're after his grift. Do you get this? This is the ball, climate change. It's all a grift, isn't it? Lots of people and lots of money. And you can see why they have this opposition, and they'll present nonsensical opposition in desperate attempt. This is clearly his bit, look, because he's an environmental.
No, he's not.
He has got a point. No, you're kind of missing his point. We should be diverse and inclusive, except for the old white men.
You're missing it, because he's not an environmental scientist as per this video. He's an advocate for creative scientists, right? You forget about that.
An advocate for creative science. What was it he called?
It was climate media creative scientist advocate.
Creative media science advocate. Yes, I aspire to be one myself.
Now, climate media creative scientist advocate, Nathan. Damn, get it right.
On comparing climate change activists to Nazis, or saying that solar farms are just as bad. I think these are examples that we are fighting against.
What?
And
What? Look, can you just stop interrupting his non sequiturs?
That's profound to his level of thinking, where this guy's at. Yeah. If you say no, mate, there is no such thing as your ozone layer. Aerosols are great, right? He's indicting you to be in the league of suggesting that the best thing to do on a Sunday afternoon is throw a few Jews in the oven. Yeah?
That reminds me of a joke. This Dutchman goes into a general store and he says, "Excuse me, can I have some deodorant?" And the guy behind the counter says, "No problem. Aerosol or ball?" The guy says, "Neither, it's for my armpits." Aerosol or ball?
I got it. All right.
Betty, you get that?
That's not a Dutch guy.
Lame joke.
Arsehole or ball? Neither, it's from my armpits.
Oh boy.
Sounded German.
I think conspiracy theories, as much as we laugh at them, there are so many people who have lost their lives, people's families who have been separated by these types of harmful beliefs. And
what?
No, Betty, it was Swedish, wasn't it? Please to help me with my rucksack. That's the accent he did there.
Yeah,
Yes.
I did Swedish, you're right.
That's true. Yeah.
What's the glue sniffer on about now? Who knows?
I don't know.
I think it is important that we work together to understand where that distrust is coming from, and a lot of it is the
Distrust from who? Who, what, when, where, why, how? What the hell are you talking about, douchebag?
institutional
This is right. See why nobody knows? It doesn't matter. This is like the DEI training at work, where that guy and you just look at each other going, "Has he done yet? What did he say? I don't know." Because he doesn't say anything. Read it. And a lot of it is institutionally failed resources.
What?
Yeah, it's just DEI wobble. There's a guy called some American guy. He's joined up and become a DEI guy.
Who?
Yeah,
Neil?
and what a load of bollocks it is. Yeah.
Is it Neil?
Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh.
resources
Not
that are often
what?
There's flaws.
Shut up.
The kids, the younger generation, I only know this from looking at gamers and gaming. They hate this. This is like corporate speak. Yeah?
Really?
Like marketing speak. And the youngest generation just absolutely despise it. They just want to be talked to in plain English and not bullshitted about stuff.
He's not even bullshitting.
When he's not saying anything, is he?
No, he's putting a bunch of words together that they're not. They have no continuity. They don't agree with each other. It's incongruent. This is
what it is. It's like a baller on acid. So you know when they go, "Oh yeah, angry momentum," and they do this, and there's a level of coherence to it because they're trying to make a point. Now the worst thing about DEI is don't make a point. If you make a point, you can be held to it. That's the worst. All you should do is maybe try and point out some kind of inequities somewhere, and then move away quickly onto another inequity. So you can't be held in any topic. This is what this is. It's just cock waffle nonsense. Basically, bitch whining.
I'm following along. It's only because of my training with Baltards that take you around the Reekin 16 times that I'm following along, right? He's got two different groups that are comparing environmental activists to Nazis and saying that the solar panels that are produced in the fields are actually not good for the environment. And those are the people he's talking about. That's the question you're asking. Who is he talking about? Well, I almost feel ashamed that I can follow along with this kind of tripe. But it's because I'm well trained in following tripe, isn't it? I have to keep track of it and really summarize it in three different ways for the person denying it.
This is retarded nonsense. There's no point. There's no conclusion. He's not. It's directionless drivel.
Well, you're just not getting the juxtaposition between the Nazis who say that the environmental impact of solar panel fields are the bad guys that he's using in this example. You're just not following along.
The Nazis were just garnish.
Garnish is what you put on top of food. What is this, metaphor day?
Yes.
That are obviously poor, and don't get me wrong.
I was feeling very symbolic yesterday.
I mean, like when I was studying as a teenager, I looked in.
When you were studying as a teenager, didn't you study it any other time?
Into a lot of climate change, conspiracy theories, but this makes a lot of late
Whoa. Why does that always hit double speed, you fucking prick?
Poor, and don't get me wrong,
point now.
I gotta go back. Sorry, Adam, I gotta go back. Okay, let's start again.
Or saying that solar farms are just as bad. I think these are examples that we are fighting against, and I think conspiracy theories, as much as we laugh at them, there are so many people who have lost their lives, people's families who have been separated by these types of harmful beliefs. And
harmful beliefs? What the hell? It's just a long chain of disconnected drivel. You shroom it. You see that shroom up here?
No, you're not getting it right. If this had a backdrop of a poppy field and some strings, maybe a trombone, man, you would feel this. This is from the heart.
You're not heard what he's just the testimony. There's some crazy bastards out there, right, that are going around suggesting that taking up good arable land where you could grow things that could take CO2 out of the air, filling the whole field and rendering it useless for plant life, and then sticking solar cells, which require massive amounts of energy for production, are not necessarily environmentally friendly. And it's that kind of fascist evil, rhetoric that he's opposed to. And that's the kind of shit that destroys families. That's what I'm hearing.
and loses people's lives.
Not just destroys families, Adam. This is serious. Lives have been lost.
I can't believe you. I can't believe it. Please stop.
I think it is important that we work together to understand where that distrust is coming from, and a lot of it is the institutional failed resources.
I've looked into this. Turns out the mistrust is coming from the homosexuals.
They're often being provided to these people that are obviously poor.
They're providing these resources. Hold up. You missed a good part. They're obviously providing resources to people that are poor.
Obviously.
Look, listen.
Resources that are often being provided to these people that are obviously poor. And
how are these people? What the hell are you talking about? My God. Let's see the obviousness of these poor people.
Who are the poor people? The ones with the solar panels? Or the ones that destroy families?
The Nazis.
Oh,
Those who've died.
Those who've died.
The Nazis were very pro-family. I don't think that's a fair... They did a lot of naughty things, but they were very pro... Maybe not pro a Jewish family, given, but in terms of a German family, they were very... No, this is not making any sense.
No, he's not.
And don't get me wrong. I mean,
Oh, he touches his chest. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, no. He just shit it because he said poor people, right? That's he's had to now change. Oh my God, I've just said poor people. What a bastard I am.
Yeah.
If I go down to the coffee shop and don't correct it, I probably won't get my triple frappuccino skinny latte served.
He said obviously poor people.
That's correct.
I mean, come on.
Yeah. He's realised that's terrible looking down, isn't it? And in his world, that's what he fights against. That's what he's a DI for. That kind of prejudice that generally an older white man would display.
You took a joke. I was just about to make the same joke. I'm going to fight for the rights of older white men.
Is he
going to put my hand on my heart?
Is he going to try to correct himself from his poor people disaster right here?
No. So what he does is go on now in his own mind to give an example when he was poor. I've been poor when I was a young person, and then he goes on, and then I looked into climate hoaxing. It's just complete mind fart as he flies from one thing to the other to correct the thing that he, like say, his own assessment.
I just pray for this poor soul that they don't ever run out of soy milk.
I think he's probably has to wear pads for the amount he makes himself.
Oh God, that is sick, Adam.
So can we stop it with the gay bashing, please?
Yes, please. That'd be enough.
As a Vaseline-asked fairy, I find this all very offensive.
To these people that are obviously poor, and don't get me wrong. I mean, like,
don't get me wrong. What?
When I was studying as a teenager,
he's back to studying just as a teenager.
That's faux pas body language. Oops.
Oh, oops. Yeah, but he's not going to deal with that topic. He's going to jump again. Look at him.
Looked into a lot of climate change conspiracy theories, but this is based in the late 2000s, and I was just
he's just rambling incoherently. My God, you need to be institutionalized, dude. I mean, is this jokes?
Interested in learning and just being like, is global warming real, or is it actually like?
Now we're like back to global warming. Is it real or like what?
Fake, or is it actually real? And I obviously found so much information to prove it's real, but
was it peer reviewed?
Was it a thermometer?
Yeah, you can't have global warming without a globe. This is the problem. As Brian alluded to earlier, this is the problem.
With what, a thermometer? Nice one, Adam.
Again, like, these were examples back then, even in the 2000s as a kid. It's like there wasn't that much climate education resources for me to even look into, and I could have easily fallen into that trap too.
No, that is something I have a deep empathy for. When I was a teenager, I often pondered the lack of climate change resources that were available to me.
You would.
It is something I wrote to my MP about it. I've got to be honest.
MP, Prime Minister,
member of Parliament.
Oh, member of I was going to say it was asked backwards.
Luckily, I majored in environmental science and took a lot of climate change courses.
You majored in environmental science, and you took climate change course. Well, climate that always changes. That's what it does. What is environmental science? What was that? Never mind.
But again, I think that's just like another thing where
I think it's something to do with decorating. You like study the ambiance of rooms and stuff. Environmental science.
Environmental scientist, huh? Come on, we need you to come on Discord, and we're going to ask you a few questions.
Where it is our duty as creatives on here.
It is our duty as creatives. What?
What creatives? Are they like furries?
To support these platforms that talk about climate education that are 100%.
Climate education. Either 100% look at on the. Did I see this? No.
You into the furries, Adam?
He's always been.
As a transgender lesbian furry, I find that very interesting.
Am I into the furries, or have I ever been into a furry?
Both.
Both. So,
no. Yes.
So that are 100% factual and it's 100% science.
Ooh. That'll be tasty then.
100%
How can it be
chocolate.
both 100% factual? Maybe I'll give him that. If it was peanut butter, it couldn't be 100% butter and 100% peanuts. It'd have to be 50-50.
I'd like to see this.
Don't get into this, right? He'll have you on this. He's a vegan.
All
He
right.
knows his nuts.
He knows his nuts.
100% factual. They're 100% science and also work with
100% science. That's what we want to talk to you about.
institutions and nonprofits.
And also work with institutions. Who's working with institutions and nonprofits? What nonprofits?
100% science.
Science is working with them.
I think that's the problem. He's been released from an institution. That's the problem, isn't it?
And governments to help amplify
Did somebody say shut up in the background?
I said, I think he needs to go back.
these types of concerns.
What
Thanks for watching.
Amplify.
and be
There you
sure to
go.
like the-
Go back. There's it. Look, listen to that. Listen to that woke shitery.
Okay. Right here?
Press play. Listen to it. Listen to it.
They're 100% science and also work with institutions and nonprofits and governments to help amplify these types of concerns. Thanks for watching and be sure to
There you go.
like the
Pause,
video.
pause,
Leave
pause,
a
pause. There's the solution. What you got to do is work with people to amplify these concerns.
So he can advocate.
He's in a category error. He needs to go to a PA company. If you want to amplify concerns, you need broadcasting equipment. You need an amplifier and maybe a megaphone. That's how you amplify concerns. Bullhorn, mate. That's what you need. You don't need a non-profit.
No, he doesn't.
What
Go
was that?
ahead. Go ahead.
What was that?
Hold on,
What was that
AI.
video
Hold on, AI. We got
about?
to hear. Hold on, AI. We got to hear from Australia. Go ahead, Maverick.
I just normally when people have concerns, you try to help them. You don't try to amplify them.
You amplify their concerns. Go ahead, AI.
I was just wondering what that video was about.
So is everyone else.
A woke sales pitch.
Betty, what the hell just happened?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
comment with something you'd like or other topics you'd like for me to explore. If you like this, I'll be back.
Dude, you need to be friggin' tackled by men in white suits with horse and elephant tranquilizers, right? And without
that's a good Friday night.
I love that.
He's a doofus. Look at this. Look at him. Oh, puke. I just got a little throw up in the back. Look at this. What the hell is that? You friggin' tree-hugging idiot.
Horse and elephant trap. That'd be ketamine, which would be very popular in the gay community. So why are you ending on a positive for him?
Oh, God. This is puke-worthy, man. Get the fuck off my screen. Ah! We'll deal with him next. All right, we're going to take a break from that one. A long break.
Whoa.
It's good to know that the argument, which either side is educationally, or intellectually held by these people in such a concise way that they're able to come to a decisive, educated conclusion themselves.
No, I feel it would be better that we amplify the concerns through some non-profit organisations. That's probably the best way forward.
So you can advocate?
I'm going to advocate.
What is the concern from that video? The only thing you could take is that we need to stop flat Earth because certain people could realise that if it is flat, then the grift of climate change, whatever that is, could become less prevalent. Is that it?
Yeah. His grift of climate change, formerly known as global warming, isn't going to be a grift anymore if Earth turns out to be flat. Therefore, we need to contact the non-profits and amplify our concerns because these people are the kind of Nazis that say solar panels are bad, from what I gleaned.
We still have... Does he think that on our flat Earth we don't have a climate?
What's the climate do again?
Change.
Changes.
XP Black Eyes had an important, poignant point. He said, "Is that a female blazer?"
It didn't look. I kept looking at his jacket and thinking, why is that? It doesn't look like it fits right, does it?
No, because it's supposed to have a shirt underneath it.
Over a man.
So now you guys know a bit more about fashion? Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
I just happen to have worn several suits in my time.
You guys know why there's female clothes? Why there's female clothes and male clothes?
Uh-oh.
For boys and girls?
No, it's just like why there's lady shoes and men's shoes, men's pants, ladies' pants.
Why?
Is that rhetorical, or are you asking it sincerely?
I mean, it's because their bodies are different.
That's astonishing. Thanks,
Why?
Aya. Thanks for coming, Aya.
Fundamentally correct.
If people believe the Earth was flat, then there'd be a danger for the diversity in female and male.
Hold on, I'm trying to write this down. Men and women. Hold on, men and women are different.
Have.
Different pants. PANTS.
That's because they're different. I got it written down. Thank you, AI.
Not only they're different, but so are their pants.
Yep.
Unless you're Madonna.
Damn, haven't heard that name in a while.
Well, this went off the rails quickly.
Yes, it did.
Or Albert Einstein.
Unless you're.
Can you rewind to the part where it was on the rails?
No, I got rid of it. It's not going to appear back on this channel ever again.
Or Pink.
Oh, crap. I was going to look at the comments.
So what you're trying to say is you're suppressing the climate change truth?
I
yeah,
suppose.
Yes.
Hold on, you've just stumbled on something. Often we are accused of, quote, muddying the waters of whatever. It doesn't necessarily matter if it's mainstream or conspiracy. So it could be that we're muddying the waters for climate change activism, or we could be muddying the waters for 9/11 truth. It doesn't matter. Anybody that comes across this subject goes, this seems pretty big, therefore could interfere with my conspiracy.
What exactly?
Or grift, depending on the circumstance. So then they accuse us of muddying the waters of their grift. You're only here because my good research into this ancillary topic, actually unrelated, is going to be threatened by you and what you do, especially if my grift revolves around the Earth being a ball in some way.
I got to pull them back up. 1 second. There it is. Ah!
Why? Oh, you wanted to look at his comments?
Yeah. So, look, you got all these people. Nathan Oakley, 1980, has responded to this video. He put it, aw, Dad Studio 68, put a little heart there. Oh, what do you have to say? He's found this better thread about him. Why are you posting threads about him? Why don't you post a thread about his arguments? Let's check the thread. Internal server error. Shocking surprise. See the next one. Man, you got a lot of supporters, Nathan. Nathan Oakley sent me here. He reviewed your video. Check it out. Should you respond, please post a link to his video. Share the YouTube algorithm. You got people stating this like they're in a cult or something.
That's what it needs. I know it does seem a bit cult-like when they basically verbatim say what I ask them to say, but that is precisely what I've asked them to say in my call to action, and I can do nothing but thank from the bottom of my heart TB-XX8VJ, because that is exactly what I've asked him to do, and that's exactly what I want. I want the guy to know that, number one, if anything, the last thing he's put at the end, share the YouTube algorithmic love. That's why I'm sending him, and in this case, he's a smaller channel than me, right? So this video is going to become more popular as a result to him significantly. Well, that's what it's all about as YouTubers, right? We share that desire to become better YouTubers. So you'd think he'd be grateful. No, what's he doing? Posting links to the person that's sharing his video to claim I'm a scammer. You're like,
Look at this.
So queer brown vegan states, I think this thread has responded and summed up my thoughts about. You got thoughts about him from Reddit? You need to be in. I'm serious. You broke out of an institution, didn't you? That made no damn sense, son.
Look at what TB responded to. Even more, just like,
well,
it's such a good sport, man.
All right. Well, let's see if it's a Reddit internal server error. Well, we're gonna miss that. Okay, go ahead. Okay, TB-XS8VJ says at queer brown vegan glue sniffer. I don't care about your thoughts about a person. Attack the argument, not the man personally. Exactly. It's irrelevant to the shape or aspect of the ground. It's okay to have some insults in there if you like, but address the arguments. And then Tony Wickham, great point. Tony had to get in there. Then Tony again. Queer brown vegan glue sniffer. Horizon looks flat because it is flat. Simple logic. There is no horizon on a spinning ball. Way to go, Tony. Look at all these comments. Even Goldie. You got Goldie wrapped around your finger. Nathan Oakley, 1980, reviewed this video. She gives the date. I love the attention to detail. 10/7/24. Let's see if you're actually open-minded or if you hand-wave thoughts that differ from your own. What do we got next? I'm not interested in talking to people who are scammers. You're a scammer, Nathan. And don't know basic maths. 1 + 2 is 3. There you go. P.S. I am a trained environmental scientist. It seems like he doesn't have a science degree. Oh, that's true. Dunning-Kruger delusional, scary idiot. You're a moron, dude. Look at all these. Hi, Nathan Oakley is just reviewed. Look at all these. Look at Matt Will East. What's his comment here? You think it's going to differ from any other comment he made? Thanks for sharing from the queer bound vegan glue sniffer. Thanks for sharing. I found out he doesn't know proper science and is a scammer. Look, all right, let's check it out. You found that out, huh? Where at? Internal server error. What a bozo. Do 7 offsuit. Can you add some real methods of science, please? Let's see what he says there. He just responds with Nathan Oakley Reddit forum. That's a server error. What a clown you are.
Check that out. Quantum Eraser YouTube channel.
Hey, look at
this
you.
Video.
Yeah. Central Goat. Thank you very much, sir. Let's go. Yeah, let's see who's followed me. Look at all of yours. Jeez. Let's do this scientifically. Newest first. Uh-oh. 35 seconds ago. Nope. There he is. 30 minutes ago. Thanks a lot, Central Goat. Oh, Street Chronicles 5693 all over that. Thanks, man. All right. Okay, now any more comments on this glue sniffer?
Yeah, only just thanks to all the audience for going and doing exactly as requested. And for those of you like, yeah, well, you know, why bother? Now that we're actually reviewing the comments of people who've done it, I bet you wish you'd done it now.
Wait a second. There's a next. Oh, Brenda. She called you a homophobic bigot.
As a black transgender lesbian, I find that highly offensive.
Let's see if there's anything
Hey,
else.
whoa. What's wrong with being fat in the gut area?
Nothing. Just ask Betty.
There you go.
Goldie. Nathan.
Shut up.
You already read this one.
Did I? All right. Oh, that's right. I hit new. Daz Studio already read that one. Disclaimer, the earth is wrong. That's stupid. Is there any more? Want to get everyone? This is cringe. Clearly, you haven't researched Flat Earth. You're the only one pushing disinformation. Look at you, Camby. You gaslighting and strawmanning Flat Earth is pathetic. How about that one? Let's see what he has to say about that. What do you think? Another link? Nope. I'm an environmental scientist. What about you? What a clown. If you're a doctor. Oh, hold on a second. I got another one. Oh, wait a second. This is Camby. I'm a doctor. You believe there's a Tesla Roadster flying through outer space fantasyland right now, correct? His response, if you're a doctor, then you took physics and learned about the law of gravity. Clearly, you didn't take notes well. But this is nothing that burn. You're just shoveling mountains of burning coals and smashing them right into your own face. You dumbass cracker.
Oh, it's bringing back terrible memories of covering the gravity chapter a couple of days back.
Oh, yeah.
Tedious.
Look at Divergent Droid all over this. I'm a retired air conditioning and heating technician of 30 years who use my understanding of gas laws to do my job daily. I don't think you understand the real argument, which is twofold. Is heliocentric Earth possible in physics, and is the surface of a level plane? It's about, oh, this is long. Divergent Droid really dug into that ass. That's too long.
Read all of it. No, read all of it, please.
Really?
Yes, please.
All right, let me see where I stop. And is the surface a level plane? It's about physics, namely the second law of thermodynamics and the entropy of a gas. Gas cannot form a sphere shape inside a vacuum. That's impossible in physics. That so-called sphere-shaped gas you call atmosphere cannot fail to expand into the available volume. It must expand, causing you not to have stable pressurization on Earth to breathe. If Earth had an atmosphere, oxymoron, as gas cannot form a sphere in a vacuum, that gas would leave the Earth and you would die. Again, thanks to real physics, the second law of thermodynamics. Gravity has never been demonstrated to hold gas to Earth. Heavy gas may appear to pull for a short time, but it will expand to fill the volume due to entropy until equalization occurs. This all shows the heliocentric model is totally wrong. We must have containment and not to be an open system. Globe destroyed. Sorry, folks, but the heliocentric fairy tale is a second law of thermodynamics violation many times over. Now, if you think I'm wrong, all you have to do is demonstrate the claims. Show me 1, gas forming a sphere-tard in a vacuum, and 2, fails to further expand and to fill that available volume due to entropy until equalization occurs. No one can do that, as it would violate known established physics. If you could pull it off, you would win a Nobel Prize for proving the current understanding of the second law of thermodynamics is wrong. By the way, flat is not a shape, you glue sniffer. Flat is only an aspect of a surface. When we say flat, we don't mean Earth is overall shaped like a pancake. If Earth has a shape, no one has seen it. We can prove the surface is measured flat, and the Earth cannot be a sphere of the size claimed, especially existing inside a possible second law of thermodynamics violation. NASA's outer space is fake and is not a place that can be traveled through. Moreover, gas proves Earth is not a globe with an atmosphere and a vacuum. I can demonstrate on Earth at ground level where gravity in your model is strongest and never will pour out gas remain on the Earth. That gas must expand due to entropy and fill the available volume. It always does. It's a law of nature. It is said liquid water covers 70% of the Earth's surface. Known properties of liquid water show it always seeks its own level, lays flat and horizontal. Nothing that is 70% of anything that seeks its own level, lays flat and horizontal, can ever be a sphere-tard, ball-tard. That's impossible. Sea level is level, having no part higher than another. Water proves Earth's surface is level and horizontal. Prove large standing bodies of water that fail to seek their own level and fail to lay flat and horizontal. Cannot be done, again, thanks to the physics properties of water. No way out. Earth cannot be a globe-tard, sphere-tard, because the model is not compatible with physics. The problems came about because the laws of thermodynamics were not understood when the model was pushed push the masses. We can allow a couple problems, but you're still strong. Now, honest scientists will tell you there is no evidence they can show you to support the globe claims. I have asked university physics professors for 9 years to show such. No one can do it because they understand you cannot change physics. Good.
No, just read his additional comment. He had one more paragraph.
What the heck?
All right.
At queer brown vegan glue sniffer, tree hugging numpty dipshit. I'm looking forward to your answer. I want to see how the science of an environmental scientist who should understand the behavior of a gas and laws of thermodynamics deals with the globe contradiction and failure of the model. It's testable, repeatable, validated by the scientific method. If you are a real scientist who is honest with yourself, you have to follow the facts, and the facts are physics proves you have been taught a fairy tale, unless you can demonstrate otherwise.
Who's off mute?
Probably AI.
Right, I just want to give props to Divergent Droid, right? That is the level of dedication that we receive. And by we, I mean like QE, myself. You know, people who run channels within FED's little circle. That's the kind of dedication that we get, right? That's all valued information that Divergent Droid has turned into that level of commentary. And when he made that comment, he had no idea that QE was going to read it out or that I was going to make him. But I wanted the audience to hear the level of dedication. He's done that for who? For the videographer that he's left the comment on. He didn't have to do that. But he wants to correct the guy in terms of his misapprehensions in the same way we've done it on this show. And he's prepared to put that level of time into a comment. And I just want to give him mad props. He's Divergent Droid's an exceptionally good moderator, and his dedication to this subject matter is unprecedented. Read that. You've just read. I won't get you to read it again. You go back and read that comment. Yeah. Props to you, Divergent Droid. You're an amazing person.
I'd like to also shout out that that's the level of understanding that we hope everyone has.
And also the level of scrutiny that we'll offer. Notice there was significant pause for the word by being accidentally replaced with the repetition of the. That was pause for thought. We'll let that slide. In other words, we're not letting it slide. It's getting noted. We're recording and broadcasting live. As we say, we'll pause and note that we're not noting this. That's the level of scrutiny, isn't it?
No, but that's just, that demonstrates that we're paying attention. You don't, do that unless you are actually bothering to not only just read the text, but to try and understand it. And all I did was clap. Respect. Yeah? And you've clearly got the message. And if the only critique can be the misplacement of one word, which still allowed the sentence to make sense. Respect, dude.
But also, contrast
that. Comment on there, isn't it? It's the best comment on
just one more thing, Adam. Sorry, I just want to, before I forget, I want to contrast that with what the videographer gave in response to many of the commenters who took their time to give him a view, leave a comment, help him in the algorithm, all those things. What did he do? Spam a link that didn't work saying I'm a scammer. Right? Meanwhile, our side have offered that level of information density in a comment for him to read. He probably didn't even read it. You know what I mean? Pearls to swine.
It doesn't matter, but it's there for all of his viewers to read. And that's the beautiful thing when somebody goes to the effort that Droid has there. I say it's not just the best effort comment. It's the one that will address the issue for somebody who's interested, that will scroll through. They'll come across that, and that'll be as powerful as somebody stumbling across Flat Earth debate. Yeah. So well done, Droid, mate. Respect.
Just gonna have a moment of silence for Divergent Droid. Thank you.
Let's all just gather together, brothers and sisters.
May the presence of Divergent Droid pass through you all. Thank you. So, yeah, we might get on to numpty, whatever his name is. Who else are we covering today?
McBooger Eater. Bum sniffer.
McBooger Eater. Awesome.
Double numpty tonight.
Yeah, it's extra bonus.
4 more hours.
Yeah, we've been going like 6 hours for the last couple of them. Why get off the beaten path? I know Betty loves it. Betty, where'd she go? She leave? Oh, I'm probably getting a warning. 1 second.
Before you move on to the next numpty, whilst Betty puts a pizza down. I know Flat Earth's dying, and it's been disproven. But like 5 or 6 years ago, I didn't think that brown, gay, vegan who focused on environmental issues would be having to feel the need to bring it up on their channel. That it was something that they had to just deal with, because obviously people were asking them and they had to rebut and move on. So it's not to do with their channel. There's sufficient talk in all of their channel that they have to deal with it.
I saw this coming a mile off, and so did Brian.
2017, I think Brian saw it.
Yeah. Speaking of Brian, where'd that potato tree swinger go? He's not in here.
No, seriously. He and I were discussing it in 2015. We were saying, you watch, the homosexual vegans will be all over this in 2024.
He said he had to go lodge meeting of the Erd Apple.
We gotta wait for Betty to come back before I play this, because I really did this. I wanted her to hear this.
I think we should sit in silence while that happens.
Okay.
Probably for the best.
Who brought up Nathan Thompson?
Who didn't?
Nathan Thomas or whatever? Who did?
Why would you not?
No, you're just talking about queer vegans. So I was like,
is Nathan Thompson a queer vegan?
He is a vegan, but he's not queer. But he is a queer vegan.
Well, that's halfway there.
He can bounce a golf ball on a hammer.
Can you?
I've never tried, to be fair. But I'd probably go with a little bit, would be my answer.
Maybe one, maybe two.
At least once, guaranteed. At least once, I'm thinking.
Well, that's intersectionality right there. So, homeboy we just listened to is announcing himself as a vegan, and that's part of his intersectional identity. Nathan Thompson announces himself as a vegan. That's part of his intersectional identity. He made a video about flat Earth. The other guy's a flat earther. So they should do a symposium and find common ground.
You can't call him homeboy. Essay or ombre.
Oh, gotcha.
Betty.
Yeah.
She went to make coffee. That was, hold on. Let me make sure. That was 9 minutes. 9 minutes. How long does it take you to make coffee?
You know she's not here to answer, right?
I know. I'm asking the group. How long does it take you to make coffee?
Me, 14 minutes.
No way.
Yeah, takes about 6 minutes for the machine to warm up, grind the beans, tamp the coffee, foam the milk, extract. Is it called extraction? Extract the coffee. Yeah, it all takes quite a long time.
Grow the beans.
There's a fancy word for
Don't
that.
grow the beans or roast the beans. I buy the beans roasted and grown.
Isn't it called retriculation or something like that? Some fancy word.
No, it's extraction. If you're in Starbucks and they've got that U-shaped thing, which is called a portafilter, when they lift or press the button or whatever it is to turn on the machine and pump steam through the coffee beans that are ground, that's called extracting coffee.
She's back. Betty. Betty, we're talking about how long it should take you to make coffee. You just dropped and came back in. I know you're there. Bay.
Right, bugger all savers.
She's stonewalling me, man.
Bugger!
Where's Bugger at?
We need him right now.
Do we?
Or we just could move on to McToon.
No, we can't. We need Bugger.
BALLBUSTERS Superchat.
Superchat. Super vegan. Green hit. I don't know.
Platypus said, "Hey QE, are crayons vegan?" Asking for a friend.
Yeah, crayons are vegan. Thanks, Platypus.
No, they're not.
Why
Wax came from a bee. No, wax.
Wax came from a bee?
Yeah.
But bees are
What?
vegans. Wait a second. Bees are vegans.
Yeah, well, you're not going to eat something if you're vegan. You're not going to be drinking milk. You're not going to be eating cheese because it's come from a cow. Well, if the crayons are made from wax that's come from a bee, I would assume that vegans wouldn't want that.
Listen, are vegans allowed to eat honey?
Sorry, AI, can you not interrupt? Right, we're discussing whether or not these crayon munchers can eat crayons.
I can resolve that. So panic over for any people who were vegan and thought they might have broken their code by munching on a crayon whilst contemplating a ball. Crayons wax is typically derived from a combination of mineral waxes and synthetic waxes. So it's okay because it's probably only obtained from oil, which is fine for these weight cards. No bees involved, just drilling into the ground.
There you go. Nathan, you're wrong. Hey, Neil, you better go on mute. Thank you.
So
I'm not doing it. What's going on?
I'm a racer of being a purple crayon eater.
Not even...
Hold on. We're getting rumpus by Neil. Go ahead, Neil. Oh, brother.
Absolutely correct, Neil. Nobody would disagree.
You couldn't write it, could you?
No.
You couldn't even have a button where it'd be funnier.
Every single show, Adam. Every single time.
But it's always at the perfect moment, and the way it works and then doesn't work. It's like he's trolling us, I think.
All right, Betty. He just dropped out again. What the hell?
Is that guy who wanted to ask about his TikTok debate still here? Because he could actually feel the question.
Well, we can have the break right now. Yeah. Yeah, he's a lo-fi guy. Come off mute.
Yeah, we're here to help you with your issues with the sun.
In the name of the Father.
Back to TikTok. He's probably just had to go back to TikTok for a minute.
Okay, then.
Oh, he ran.
Did he leave?
Yeah.
Maybe
So
he was
there.
near him.
Decided to go.
Maybe we just went over and rejoined. Hold on. Meteorix, did you want to add something?
Yeah, you lot scared him. Now, I was just thinking about that soy boy you had up earlier there, QE. If he's a vegan environmentalist, how does he eat what's the go with the crayons? Being that that's some kind of contradiction against his own morals.
No, we squared that away. No, it's just petroleum extract. It's all good. He can eat the
but he's
crayons.
an environmentalist, remember?
What's the point of the oil, you see? It sets up a quandary. Matrix is on with me, yeah? So he's got to stick to pencils, ballpoint pens. And the issue in the... See, today with synthetic dyes, he's okay. But a purple crayon, he's screwed either way. But, yeah, colours are often... Crushed beetles, he's not going to want a red one.
Okay. that guy come back? Are we going to have his question?
I think a better question is what kind of glue is he sniffing?
Vegan glue.
Betty, are you having
She
problems?
all right? She slipped in the kitchen.
Hold up. Betty, are you having a problem with your mic? Because you keep dropping out and coming back in again. Type me a message. Let me know. I think she might be having some technical difficulties.
Go on, Neil.
Oh, wait a second. Betty's off mute. Go ahead, Betty.
Yeah, my computer froze. I had to start it up again.
I knew something was up. Okay,
Why
disregard.
I keep going off mute? What
I don't know, but
the
it's
freak?
bloody irritating.
He is irritating right in the middle of the conversation. Well, we were waiting for you, Betty. I was saying, how long does it take you to make coffee? You missed all that. I didn't want to play this video without you being here.
Oh, well, I didn't know that, but I sent you a message before I went to make coffee.
I know you did. I spoke to it live on air. We were counting down. I asked the question, how long does it take to make coffee? That went on for about a good 4 minutes. You know, Nathan had to chime in.
I make a mess of it. Yes, because I boil like milk to put in my coffee, and also I unpacked the dishwasher while I was at it. There's some chores as a wife that you have to do, right? As a woman.
As a wife?
Guys don't do. Yeah. Like clean up and stuff.
I got you. All right, fair enough. You didn't write every chore that you were going to do, just the coffee, just to get me off the scent, get me off the trail.
Oh, that's the main part why I left. And now I've got my
All right.
cup.
All right, good. We're back. So I guess we can get on to the video then, right?
Right. There are certain bits of Nathan's show we copied, but when Nathan does housekeeping, it doesn't actually mean go and clean up the house.
No, it's maintaining the cult. I know that. Yeah.
Which cult is that, by the way?
FED.
FED's a cult. Is that what you're saying?
Should be up on a flag, I think.
All FED cult members cut a special shape in the center of their pizza before they eat it.
The center of their what?
Pizza.
Oh, okay.
A sign. Maybe you need a hand wave too.
That's Betty's secret sign. Cut in the middle of a damn pizza with a knife and fork. Unbelievable.
And everybody eat the pizza in 3, 2, 1.
Shut up.
Damn, she took it right up against Flatsy. I love it. Cat fight. Guess what I did with I had some leftover pizza. What I did was, well, when it's left over, the crust isn't.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Yes, they do. I'm going to tell you what I did. I said, wonder what I could do with this. So what I did was I took 4 pieces of pizza and I put them face to face like a sandwich, heated her on up, and I had like 2 pizza sandwiches. It was delicious.
Wow, I thought you would maybe use it as target practice.
Nah, I couldn't shoot yesterday.
Oh, why not?
I planned it for like 5 days because it's been really hot here. We'll get to the video, folks. Just 1 second. And I marked Monday. I even told Nathan no book Monday because it was going to be nice and cool that day. But Sunday morning, I tweaked my back just a touch. That was enough to throw it. Monday, I woke up. My damn back's all out of whack. I couldn't do it. That's my story.
Yeah, and then he got us all in. Right, but he got us all in because obviously his plans had changed. And then didn't say out and then finished early because he had to go to do his workout. Really.
She's used to that. Yeah. Okay. All right. So that's all the background. Oh, Lo-Fi's typing. Lo-Fi. Is he even in here? Or is he just
Get back in here. You've got a question. Is he listening? From the chat. Tell him to get back in here and we'll answer his son question before we go on to Booktoon. obviously we've got to fill in while Kiwi's telling him.
Yeah, I'm typing to him.
And yeah, Metatrix is telling him to. Hopefully he's going to get him back in here and we can solve time while he comes back in and actually gets his question answered. Because you were very rude to him. He did jump into the middle of a response video.
Yeah, you were very rude to him, Mr.
I don't think so. I think he was rude first.
He was rude
he wasn't.
Yeah, he was. But he was definitely responded to with the same level of rudeness.
Unbelievable. It says underneath the video, come in and join the panel.
Yeah, not in the middle of the damn treatment video. There's
You're always busy with something else. There's nobody that ever come in to ask some
Betty, there's certain etiquette that gotta be followed.
I don't understand why you guys say that you're so open, but you're so closed, like a cult.
Hey,
second attempt at that jab.
Hey,
You have to have the right etiquette, because otherwise you can't approach the cult leaders.
no, if I walked in, Betty, on your grandma's bar mitzvah, right?
Hold on, Betty. Adam's got a friggin' analogy. Go on, Adam.
Your third attempt at the cult jab made contact, Betty. Adam's now responding.
I'm not going to do by the rules of the cult, right?
Adam.
I'm an outlier.
Oh, hold on, that Loffy guy's here and he's causing a load of audio chaos.
Hello? He can just wait a minute.
No, he can't. He's joined because we've asked him to. Loffy guy, you had a question about the sun. Try and mute when you're not talking. But what?
Damn it! He's co-hosting the shit out of his
Yeah, he is.
somebody else's show again.
Yeah.
We've just asked him to join.
Yeah,
Please,
lovely.
Loffy.
Thank you, guest. We'll get to him in a minute.
Shut up, Adam.
No matter what happens, listen. He's
Welcome.
off. Adam, please. He's off mute. No matter what happens, you're not going to have it. Please.
Oh,
Please, just let me finish my making sentence.
Go on,
no matter what we do, look, he's off mute and going to cause audio chaos. So you want to carry the conversation with him, not abiding by what I've just asked him to do when he's not talking? He's ignored me. Go ahead and ask your question, Loffy guy.
Yeah, so when the sun moves further away, it does appear to not change size. I just want to understand that. That's all.
It does change size, but it's a nothing burger. In fact, it's a false equivalence fallacy, because the changing of angular size.
I know what you're saying because Loffy guy hasn't muted.
Oh, number one, it's a false equivalence fallacy. I pointed this out a couple years ago. Adam was all over it. He loved it. He's confusing. You're confusing terrestrial to terrestrial observations with terrestrial to celestial observations. That's one point. So that's a false equivalence fallacy. However, taking that into account, in 2016, Chris Van Maitre showed with some high-speed photography equipment, including a solar filter, that the sun does change angular size throughout the day. So it's a nothing burger. It doesn't have anything to do with the Earth and how it's measured as a horizontal plane. Is that good, Lofi? 1 second, I'll unmute you. Is that good?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, so it's not up for debate then. So we shouldn't even discuss the sun's size then.
You can discuss it, but it's patently fallacious right off the get-go. But
Whoa. We can discuss the sun's apparent size.
Right. That's another issue with it, Lofi guy, because you're discussing super false equivalence fallacy.
Yeah. So Sasha sent angular, maybe he just meant angular size of the sun is profoundly important for the surface.
Yes, it is profoundly important. Thank you. Yes. So you get that, Lo-Fi guy? And Nathan brought up that same point. The angular size is the not actual size. That's angular size, not its actual size. Follow? That's another problem. It's basically irrelevant and a fallacious appeal to nonsense. It's a nothing burger.
It's kind of the question, Lofi, is you're asking is it bigger? Is it smaller? And that's lovely. And somebody might say this. I've got the either way. So what?
Yeah.
What's the inference you can draw? Whether it's bigger or smaller, it changes a little bit. It changes a lot. What does that actually prove, other than it does change, it doesn't change, it changes a little bit, it changes a lot?
Because a glober is going to say that the Earth rotates, and that's their proof.
No, that's not a proof for that.
That's the point.
No, that's not a proof for that. He's an idiot. Globers do that by mere innuendo to say that the sun is far, far away. That's his actual argument. He's too stupid to realize it.
Yeah, there's a problem with that. Under the assumption that all things should follow linear perspective, no matter where they are in your field of view.
Yep.
This is easily debunked. Lo-fi. You could do this yourself right now. Get a friend. Oh, wait a minute. Do you have a friend? All right, let's assume you have a friend. All right, get a friend. Take your thumb and put it in front of your nose. Close your eyes. You'll notice that your thumb jumps left to right. Right? Now take your thumb and extend it out in front of your face. You'll notice that it changes size. Now tell your friend to go on the far side of the room and put his thumb on the wall. Right? Then tell him to go left and right on the wall. You'll notice that his thumb changes angular size almost nothing. So when it's close to you and far away from you, it changes dramatically. But when it's already far away from you and moves laterally in your field of view, it doesn't change much at all.
Why is that? I don't understand that. Why?
Why?
Why does it change? Because that makes it. Because like an object should change size when it moves away from you. That makes sense.
What? Whoa! AI, don't chase that.
Go ahead.
Did you understand what I said about terrestrial observations compared to terrestrial to celestial observations? Wouldn't you have to know the medium?
Fallacy, essentially.
Say again?
It's a fallacy, right?
Yeah, it's fallacy. It's a false equivalence fallacy. Basis because you know what the medium is between you and it terrestrially, but terrestrial to celestial, you don't have a friggin' clue on what the medium is. You don't know what you don't know. In other words, it's fallacious. Yes.
So the glober can't use that as a trump card then?
No.
It actually debunks a lot of globe ideas about cosmology. And this was actually noted in the book called The Controversy on the Two Great World Systems, which I believe was Copernicus versus Ptolemy, it might have been. And in the foreword of that book, it describes that the alleged location of these planets in the sky relative to the Earth during different times of the year causes them to be at distances that are greater than their orbit, which means that they should experience a dramatic change in angular size. But they don't. Therefore, it can't possibly be true. So even people who critiqued this when it was first founded knew that the ideas of angular size change of perspective debunked the globe cosmology.
Look at that.
Right.
So if they tell you,
one more thing. You said that the opponent may appeal to an axis for rotation in an orbital motion. They'll need a flat.
So their claim is that the Earth rotates. Obviously, every glober will say that, and that they can prove that because the sun doesn't change size.
That's stupid. That's non sequitur. But
Yeah,
go
it's
ahead.
non
Nathan.
sequitur. But I was going to say that in terms of the description of a axis, that requires a plane of reference to describe the axis with.
Yep.
Just so you know, you'll need a flat Earth for their appeal to an axis.
And that's elevation angle, correct?
No, just describing any rotational plane as they are. It's going to be a plane with an axis perpendicular to it.
As soon as you invoke axis, you immediately invoke a plane, which is a reference to. It's like the pitch data.
Why is that? So a plane is the only thing that can rotate?
No, you're referencing the axis, that degrees off the axis of what?
Of the plane.
Yeah,
horizontal.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Okay.
The degrees of that axis they're appealing to is going to be with respect to a plane of reference in the first instance. In other words, you'll need a flat plane to describe it from.
Yeah.
And it is. Their plane of reference is the equatorial plane.
If we were
Do
to
globers
take
realize that?
Say again?
If we were
No,
take-
no, they don't. They know the globers don't realise they need a flat Earth to appeal for their globe. No,
Yeah.
they don't know that. It's up to you to point that out. That's why I'm telling you.
Rub their nose in it. Shut up, Adam. We good?
Yeah, thanks,
globe.
guys. Seriously.
Yeah, we're good. We're good, Adam.
Talking about.
We're good, Adam.
Okay. Am I?
Yeah, we're good.
I'm
but
not.
Now, I know you're not, but I want to get back to your analogy to Betty. Do you remember it?
God. Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, Betty, if we were at your grandma's bar mitzvah and Lofi guy walked in and said, I've just got back from TikTok and I've got a question about the sun, should we carry on with your grandma's bar mitzvah or investigate the sun?
Listen, if I invited people, then I'm at the door inviting them in.
Yeah, but he came late.
The bar mitzvah's begun.
It doesn't
right,
matter.
your grandma's,
Even if
she's on the
somebody
chair.
honors
She's
me
on the
with
chair.
their visit,
Adam, can you let Betty change your example, please?
Fair point.
So if somebody's at the door, even if they are late, I will still invite them in. And be nice.
The door's shut because the
I like
ceremony's
her answer.
begun. Grandma's on the chair, right? Yeah, she's up in the air. Yeah,
Grandma.
you're holding one of the legs of the chair, so you can't answer the door, right? And the door's shut, and he just opens it up, right? Knocks over the guy that started playing the music, and announces about the sun.
I've got to stop.
we do now?
Adam, you just described this as being grandma's bar mitzvah, just so you know.
I've done it 5 times, and you're
He
the
wants to
first to
be
finally
inclusive.
recognize it.
I
Well done.
recognized it immediately. I was
Kudos.
snickering back here.
Yeah, well, I.
Betty went along with it because she's on her own agenda. She's in a cult.
No, you are in the cult. I'm the outlier.
I suppose it should be a grandma mitzvah, but it wouldn't have been so funny.
All right. So we solved
Oh,
everything.
your analogy doesn't fly, Adam.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
It's perfect
Get up,
analogy.
you have nothing to do with it.
It's perfect analogy. You're exposed.
No, it's not. I just gave you my rebuttal.
That rebuttal is non sequitur. It had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, well, not in your culture because you guys are rude anyways.
Not in your culture because you're in a cult. Culture,
We
cult.
invite people even if they're late.
That's not the question.
Even if you're holding your grandma up in the air on a chair, you open the door for other people you don't know that are there.
There's always someone there to open the door and be nice, and direct them to a chair and wait.
Oh, that's weird.
You might have servants. I don't.
So the only way this hold on.
down.
The only way
You're
this
the
analogy
guy.
works is if grandma gets knocked off the chair and the person in the example jumps on the chair to talk about what the sun's doing.
Who was
Then
on
the
the
example
chair?
works. Now, if the rabbi tells the guy,
Who was
get
on the
off
chair?
the chair, grandma was on the chair.
No,
and you
who
told
was on the
rabbi,
chair
"Don't
in
be
this
so rude."
analogy with QE shouting him off? Was QE the one that would fall off the chair if he would just sort of miss a little bit about his treatment? That's why the analogy goes AY.
Kiwi's grandma on the chair.
Look,
Exactly.
it was queer eye for the straight guys.
I know that you guys
we
like
all
to
know he got pushed off that chair.
see QE as a fragile grandma, right?
What the hell?
In this case, grandma was mouthing someone off.
She was doing what?
Mouthing someone off.
That means something very different.
Whoa.
Vile language.
All right.
Oh, okay, fine, that's okay.
All right. Yeah. Let's stop the train wreck. Thanks, Betty. I did want you guys to watch this. This is, like I said, before the show, I already loaded up the show, and I seen this over in my recommendeds on YouTube, and I said, what the hell is going on here? So we're going to go ahead and take a listen to this. Again, I'm going to do 5 seconds. And you guys tell me the status of the audio. Here we go. Now.
Recently, I gave a presentation on how the Earth cannot possibly be flat.
Good.
Yeah, we can hear.
Yeah, it's all right.
Oh,
We can hear him.
yeah.
Because we got a problem now, haven't we? Yeah. This is known racist. McToon. I don't know as I want to hear him. Like, what kind of racist hatred is going to come out of his mouth next?
Look, just on the Voice Meter Banana panel, the third knob up, wanker meter. Just turn that right down.
Yeah, he's a racist Bible scholar now. Yeah, get ready. Ladies and gentlemen, if you ever wanted to see Mr. Magoo give the keynote address at a metabolic pathway convention, I introduce to you McBooger Eater, the bum sniffer. Here we go.
Yeah, I gave a presentation.
What? What?
Bible scholar.
Yeah.
Bible scholar.
Is he really old? Is it just me?
Is he what?
aged? Is he suddenly aged? He looks like he's suddenly in his 70s. How wrinkly he is. Is it just me? Does he just not look really like an old man?
He always looked like that.
Do you not think he looks especially wrinkly? Especially.
Sorry, guys, weren't you going on?
Just look at his chicken liver neck. Look at him. I don't know. It's really old.
Like this.
Look, if he actually turns out to be in his 70s, he looks great.
Go ahead, Betty, with that chicken
I
liver
thought
neck.
you guys were all about the arguments and not on the person.
That was Betty. You see, I didn't get even a chance to finish because Nathan's co-hosting the shit out of me tonight. Every time I start, he interrupts. I don't know, some kind of Brian agenda he's got. Is he now into biblical stuff?
We're gonna say.
I got a question then.
Man.
Which son of Noah were the Indians?
What? What the hell?
What the hell?
Which son of Noah was a scammer?
Cain.
Oh boy, thanks a lot. Needed that one. Thanks.
Recently, I gave a presentation on how the Earth cannot possibly be flat. It was at a church in Wheat Ridge, Colorado called Agape Kingdom Fellowship.
Agape Kingdom Fellowship. Is that the same church with Will Duffy, the dozy duffer fraud of TFE?
We've heard that before, haven't we, that title?
Yeah.
I'll search it. I'll have a look.
It's within the circle of those churches. When I studied it, there was that name came up, and then there was a different one as well, but I can't remember the other one.
Huh.
Wheat Ridge, COUSA. Where's that? Colorado, is it? CO?
Yes. Yep.
CO.
Yep.
Agate Kingdom. Oh, Malaysia as well. Too brown for McToon. Malaysia, I thought.
That's too close
Anyway.
to the scammers.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, here we go. Where's your helmet?
And in this presentation, I went over about 4 different major sections. The first section was addressing the claims that a bunch of flat earthers say is the Bible somehow is God conveying information about the shape of the earth. And is that really the case? Well, that's what this first section is. The other sections will be coming in future videos, so be
I'll be sure to catch them. Yeah, we're gonna follow up with this McBooger Eater.
sure to subscribe so you can see them when they come out. If you are
I'm not subscribed. I'll just wait for it to enter in my feed. It's the retard feed over here on the side.
Are interested in having me come out to do a presentation like this at your location, a school,
A school
or a church or something like that,
Dunning-Kruger delusional. This fuckwit. Unbelievable. Tell you what, is the sun still solid enough? Glue sniffer. My God.
How about we arrange for him to come down and speak at the local Indian community centre?
That's absolutely perfect. Thanks, Adam. I'm glad you're here.
that if you're having an outbreak of flat earthism.
What about the outbreak of Indians? Dots, not feathers.
Or maybe you just want to get ahead of the curve and get some education out there.
Okay. You couldn't educate the bionic woman on hearing if you chained her to a back of a dump truck and drug her through a nitroglycerin plant. You McBooger-eating, bum-sniffing, ball-tarred moron. My God, are you delusional?
You can email me, mctoon@mctoon.
email guy.
.net. But sit back and enjoy this presentation.
I'm Mike. I go by MC Toon, which is a joke, like it's MC Hammer. I cannot rap. It was in college. A friend and I.
Nobody calls you that though, do they, mate? They call you Muktoon.
Yeah.
Which is the joke in itself.
Yeah, McBugger Eater. What? Bugger!
Super chat.
McBugger Eater, bum sniffing McTard.
Daniel Simonego, I guess.
Ethan dots.
Does he do weddings and birthday parties?
He doesn't
He might. You might have to email him. Just find email guy. Send him a message. Thanks for the super chat, man. Too funny. Wonder if he does grandma. What is it? Grandma
mitzvahs.
I started doing it was terrible. So, but that became my thing, and so my middle name's doesn't start with C.
Oh my God! This idiot crayon muncher is giving a presentation to a church right now, folks. Just try to put yourself in the congregation. You're not going to believe this.
See, though. Anyway, my qualifications to challenge a flat Earth is that I graduated middle school. I can do middle school science and math. And if you
I objection, Your Honor. No, you can't.
Well, you see, now that's a claim that maybe we can go on to disprove. He can do middle school maths and science.
Yeah.
I know we can get citation from him that will actually counter that.
Yeah.
And demonstrate he can't.
He can't. Yeah. I did it right in the beginning. In the beginning of the video, the audio. I already did it. With the triangulation, and then he said the sun's solid enough. It's right in the video. You want me to play it again?
Yeah. No, it's full of contradiction. That he don't know his arse from his elbow.
Nope.
That gas is solid enough as a black body to rebound radar.
Yep. It is triangulation. No, it's not. It's not triangulation, but it is triangulation. So no, you're blown out of the water right there, bum sniffer, idiot, clown.
You did as well. You could also cover most of the things that flat earthers cover and understand.
Flat earthers, that's a stereotype fallacy. Let's see if they can cover pitch data and elevation angles. Let's see if they can do that. Bet you they can't. God, how I wished I was in the congregation when he popped up here. Oh God.
Yeah, this is bad form for the church.
Yeah.
At least some of the people in this church are either inquiring about the topic, or have somebody they know that is, or have already accepted the proposition the Earth is flat, and they're basically being openly denigrated and mocked from the pulpit in the church, and that's just entirely inappropriate.
Yep.
Pastors should never allow something like this to occur in the church. It's absolutely bad form.
Yep.
It just fine. And I've been doing live debates with.
So his qualifications. This is not a qualification. You freaking blew that up into your face. He's live debating flat earthers for 5 years. Really? The flat earth is, whether the earth is flat or spheroid, that is an objective topic. So you debate objective topics. There's an inbuilt contradiction here. You are a McBooger eater. Period. You're just a moron, sir.
With flat earthers for 5 years on the 20th this month. It'll be
on the 20th of the what time? Is there a certain time of the day on the 20th? Not just on the 20th, right? Clown.
5 years since my first debate on YouTube with a flat earther. I'm going to
with a flat earther.
Cover here what's the shape of the earth and what's the Bible's
role. Is that
role.
a qualification?
I don't know. McBugger Eater, introduction. I think he's moved on from the qualification. See it? What is?
Only because it is none, is it? It's what? Not. He's not even been boastful. I've been winning debates. Because that would be a lie, wouldn't it? So I suppose if you're in a church congregation, better just say, "Yeah, I've been doing that. I've been boxing for 5 years. You won anything?"
Oh, this, I just had all of a sudden memory jolt. Wasn't it many years ago? I think it was more than 5 years ago that you Skyped me and you said, "Listen, I'm going on a show and I'm going to debate this guy called MC Toon." Was that you?
Yeah, and I weren't allowed to debate him. It was the weirdest thing. It was with a guy called Lieu.
Yeah. He was
an Israeli channel.
Yeah.
And he didn't. I don't want any arguing. I don't want it to be, I don't want to do aggressive. Yeah, which is ironic for an Israeli, but anyway. And so he said, "I'm just going to hand it." So we had this thing, and we had this weird conversation where he presented proof that gravity exists with a gravity meter.
Yeah.
And I said, well, we got to the point that it was a dropometer and asked him what that proved. But there was no real, there wasn't a debate allowed. And I'd been asked not to be a dick. So
yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, a weird. You spoke to it because I said I want to go on and present. You know what I mean? And I think there was a couple of bits that we had pre-questions for.
Yes.
So you were giving statements, and I checked with you. I said, "Yeah, right. What should I say? I must find that and listen to it again. It'd be interesting."
How long ago was that? Sorry to get off the beaten track, folks. We'll get back to the video in a second. It just rushed back to me. How long ago was that?
That'd probably be 4 or 5 years ago, wouldn't it? It'd be pre-COVID. So 3, 4, 5 years ago. I don't know. You know what flat Earth time's like.
Yeah. Okay. I just remember they hamstrung you, and I was pissed. I was beside myself.
Yeah. There wasn't a debate, and he didn't want it. He just wanted. It was one of those. Let's not have arguing. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Probably pseudo-intellectual presentation, but he's a good lad. You know what I mean?
Very strange. Very strange happenings right there. Okay, here we go.
What do flat earthers present the truth? And then what does...
Whoa. What about this one? What is the Bible's role in science? What? What on earth does that even mean? What? What is it?
If your conical flask, right, isn't getting hot enough, you can put the Bible under your Bunsen burner and get it nearer.
Oh, no, I'll stretch this. I'll ask the question. So, is there anything that hints or alludes to the idea of the empiricism offered by the method that was formulated by Francis Bacon, if you want to coin who would suggest?
It was way before him, but okay.
I'm just saying the method that we know of that would be accurately summarized in that way by him. Is there anything in the Bible that even hints at that methodology?
Yes.
Yeah, not specifically, but in general.
Thessalonians.
That's why I said
Thessalonians said prove all things, but that's not specifically into the method.
Anything else?
No, there's results.
Mean anything else? That's that right. Proof. What is right? Follow the words. Yeah, that's quite specific. Prove all things.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, but there's an apologetic tactic to reread antiquated understandings of quote unquote the physical and natural world into the text. So it goes like this. God had to deal with flawed humans. Humans had a flawed understanding of the world. And so God chose to communicate to them through their flawed understanding. In other words, if God told them the earth was flat, it's because they thought the earth was flat, because the Bible is about profound spiritual truths instead of physical truth. So God was communicating with them in their stupidity. And that is a lens which many modern apologetic opponents read back into the Bible.
Yeah, it's stupid, but it's off Nathan's topic.
Yeah, but if you say prove all things, the way I'd counter that, if you're trying to link that to suggest that there's a intonation of the scientific method in the Bible, is to say that is the scientific method the only method to acquire proof of anything?
Go ahead,
No.
Adam. You're gonna start
Depends on your standards of what proof is.
That's correct.
Remember, science applies to the proof of a cause of an effect.
Correct. You could prove things you could prove things that are not cause and effect, right?
Yeah,
exactly. So,
and
therefore,
and science would be useless at this point.
While it does link to the empiricism offered by the scientific method, it cannot directly and exclusively be linked to it. So you can't say the Bible alludes to the scientific method because it says prove all things. No, that's too general, and there are other methods to prove things. So no, this has nothing to do with it. So I just wanted to get it clear in my own mind before you critique it. What is the Bible's role in science? That's a category area. It's got there's nothing to do with science.
Not. No, it is. Science is a gift that God has given us, a methodology to elucidate a cause and an effect. So what's the Bible's role in science? Yeah, well, the Bible, to read it, prove all things. Science is a methodology that will help us in some of the quests to prove things. So it's not that the Bible in any way is scientific in its nature. It's not there for that, is it? But it does ask you to prove things, and science is a philosophical methodology that will help you prove things. So you can follow Bible scripture to prove things and use science, I think, with the knowledge that the Bible's asking you to do so, to go out there and prove it.
Yeah, but the question. Hold on.
The response is the same.
Hold on.
So we'd go around in circles if I just gave the same response, but fine.
Yeah, but the question is non sequitur. What is the Bible's role in science? The Bible's role? What? Yeah, that's non sequitur.
Well, other than the originators of the philosophy would have probably been Bible believing, if not believing of a creator, and that there are certain inherent natural laws that we can adhere to build the philosophy of science. But the Bible and Christian understanding as an underpinning of the philosophy of the men that construct the doctrine of science. That's where its role is, because science fundamentally still held to a creator when the methodologies.
Thank the Lord, it's Super Bible.
Mike 808 sent a blank message.
He always does. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Can we move on?
It's not what science's role in the Bible is, Adam. It's the other way around. So in terms of what the Bible's role when we do science, it's QE's right. It's completely non sequitur. When we do science, the Bible has no role in it.
No, wrong. What? Wrong. Because I just addressed that point. So you missed it. The people that invoked the philosophy, the doctrine, developed it, formulated it, were all Christians. Yeah. And their worldview is based upon this natural science. That's why it starts like that. What are the natural
laws?
But
not the people, the Bible's role.
So that's my saying. The Bible's role is that the people who gave us the scientific method ultimately have all been formulated from a Christian background.
That's not what the question's asking.
It's that much. It's as simple as that. That
it's not.
They all believed in a creator through the Bible.
It's not. That has nothing to do with this question. You're not getting it. But we'll move on. It's stupid.
Empirical evidence show us. So
what's empirical evidence? McBooger Eater? I will bet the farm you have no idea what this word means. Guarantee it.
What's this?
What's that?
But
it's the South Pole.
It's the South Barber's pole.
He's nicked it. No wonder shit's going funny, innit? The magnets are moving. He's nicked the South Pole.
Is that a joint?
I don't know. I got to agree with Adam on this one.
Is that a joint? Cheech and Chong would be blushing.
He robbed Christmas.
Without transcendental grounding, empiricism has no validity.
True.
He's about to say, look now, bend over.
All right, let's let him go. Let me pull fiber on that. Sorry.
What's this?
Your sister.
But what if someone came along and said this was a can of celery flavored pop?
It's a diddling stick. We furries know a diddling stick when we see one.
I can't listen. I'm just gonna let him speak. Let him hang himself. What a clown.
What's this? But what if someone came along and said this was a can of celery flavored pop? Would you say they were a little strange, that they were maybe wrong, right? What if they said that their holy book said that this was celery flavored pop?
What a wanker.
Where's that wanker button on banana?
Seriously.
Third knob up.
What the piss? Betty, this is the epitome of scary, delusional Dunning-Kruger.
This man is still stuck with last Christmas, I think.
Look at him.
I don't think that he got a present that day and he's pissed off.
What? Scary.
Did he just say, what if a holy book actually described it as a can of celery soda?
Yeah.
But I wanted to make you believe it was a inflatable fake candy cane.
I've seen this act before. He just missed a part out. At the beginning, he should have said, look into my eyes, not around the eyes, into the eyes.
What a flailing.
And by the way, is he
retard.
talking to children?
Huh?
Is he talking to children? Because the response was candy cane. I didn't hear candy cane. There's a candy cane, McToon. I didn't hear that. I heard children. Is he at a Sunday school presentation?
Now, this is in a church. I'm sure there's young children in the congregation. I'm sure of it.
Amen.
Let's pull a fiver so we can get some of this.
Said that this was celery flavored pop. What if they said the Bible, your holy book, said this was...
What? Who are they?
Has he never been to Willy Wonka? That is clearly celery. If you go to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, that would be celery flavored pop. Obviously, it looked like
I'm
a candy.
with QE.
He's
I'm with
nicked
QE.
this.
Who are they?
Hey,
it's from a song. He's nicked this from a kid's song. Do you like celery? Yes, I do.
Oh,
brother. Do you like candy canes? Yes, I do. Do you like celery flavored candy canes? No, yucky.
Bible lies to you.
Stop it.
Yeah.
That was his next line. He said, what if
Listen, celery flavored soda is a real thing. I posted it in the chat.
All right, thanks. That's right on topic. Thanks. Now, let's get the full thought from this glue sniffer.
Just hold up. No, because that's profound. AI. Celery.
I'm gonna bring it the hammer down on you, Betty.
No, this is on topic with this show's standards. Celery flavored pop. He's actually real. He just didn't make that show.
Yep.
Somebody's gone.
That's real, homie.
Oh my God. Send me a link. Will you?
That's where it got wrong.
You're enabling this crap, Betty.
No.
I'm going to remember this. I'll remind you of that statement, QE, next time you're talking about pizza or food.
Shut up.
Would you say they were a little strange, that they were maybe wrong, right? What if
you're a moron? Okay, hold on. Hold on. I got to get this full thought. Let's go back. Shut up.
Show us. So, what's this? But
I heard some kids answer him. I didn't hear the answer.
In front of kids.
Yeah, he's in front of some kids. I heard the kids answer. But
candy.
Is that what they said?
Indoctrination then.
Second?
It's indoctrination then.
Ah.
But what if someone came along and said this was a can of celery flavored pop? Would you say they were a little strange, that they were maybe wrong? Right? What if they said that their holy book said that this was celery flavored pop? What if they said the Bible?
Who are they? Exactly. Who are they?
Flat earthers.
Blaspheming us Christians?
By they,
So-
he means fellow Christians who read the scripture and have problem with trying to interpret that bit of scripture on a ball. It's nonsensical and doesn't fit with the text. They're the they that he's talking about.
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
this
So
a-
he's using an outlandish example, but there actually is a specific example that he's skirting around when it comes to the nature of the earth. So in the creation story in the Bible, it says there's a specific sequence of events in which certain entities that exist within free space came into existence when God created them. Now, in the Bible, it says day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, and quote unquote science says the opposite. It says that things were created in the wrong order from what the Bible says. So now you have a choice. If somebody comes along and says the Bible says that the earth was created before the sun, who you gonna believe?
Yeah.
Where were you the other week when I got a total silence and I was asking for a few comparisons? Exactly. So in the Genesis story, the earth is created, right? Then you've got the lights above it coming next. In the heliocentric story, the sun is created and then the earth coalesces afterwards. Satanic inversion.
Yes. Well, let's see where he goes with it. You're just speculating. But AI was correct.
Your holy book said this was celery flavored pop. Would you have a problem with that? Certainly you would think, until it got to your Bible, right, you'd think, I don't know if I like his holy book. But if he's saying it's your holy book, that's different then, isn't it? We're going to come back to the candy cane in a little bit.
What the hell was that?
Who
was that him?
knows? He's a retard.
What the hell was that?
Nothing. He's a moron. That's it. That's all. That's all you can say.
That's all, folks.
Yeah, that's all, folks.
No, where's the point? Hold on.
There was none.
If your book says this is celery, what was the point?
Distraction. The point was distraction. That was the point.
What's wrong with the celery?
Let's let him go.
Hi, McToon. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Everyone wants to chime in. Go on.
I was just going to say, keep in mind, McToon, throughout the years that he's been in the argument with Flat Earth, Globe Earth, he's repeatedly said, I'm a Christian. I believe the Bible. But simultaneously, he believes in heliocentric cosmogony, which has the sun being created before the earth.
Yep.
So he believes that while simultaneously claiming to believe Genesis. So how did he reconcile that square
He doesn't.
circle? I don't know.
He doesn't. He's a McBooger eater bum sniffer. Oh, God.
Exactly. He can't, Neil, which is why he has to talk about celery soda and candy cane so that everyone doesn't realize he's the one in the error. The very same error he's accusing others of, he's doing.
But he doesn't address the point, AI, does he? Because if you listen to the analogy that he sets up and then just doesn't deal with, he asks the audience, okay, so you know this is a candy cane, an inflatable one, yeah, i.e. it's fake. It's a fake candy cane, yeah. But what if your holy book said it's not a candy cane, it's celery? Yeah. Well, deal with that, McToon, because that's the point and the issue that's happening in the churches today. Yeah. Because the pastors and people like you that go up on stage are telling people that it's a real candy cane, not some inflatable bit of shit that's made from nothing to pretend it's a candy cane. Yeah. But in reality, if you read the scripture, it tells you clearly it's not a candy cane. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's the problem in the churches, and that's what he's tried to belittle.
Yep.
By not dealing.
Oh, I thought you were done a second time. I'm really sorry.
I was the third. Go.
Whenever Paula, Bible U, formerly Bible literalist, talks about the Bible, she says the same as you do, QE, right? You take the literal bits literally, allegorical bits allegorically, and there's no interpretation really. You just read what it says.
Yep.
Whereas this guy is in a church telling them, don't believe what your book says. Now, if you imagine Jesus strolling in and hearing this, right, it is akin to the sort of den of thieves moment, upturning the tables. He's at the pulpit telling people, don't believe what the book says. That's what he's basically saying, isn't he?
Yeah. What
Based on what, though? Based on what?
Well, he didn't make the point. I mean, I think that's what he was going for, but he can't, it's by mere innuendo. Retard innuendo.
Well, that's my point. He takes the analogy to a point that unfortunately kind of undermines his position if you bother to read the scripture in relation to whether it's ball or flat.
Yep.
It's a strange analogy to put there and then not deal with.
Because he's
retarded. The logic. I know, and maybe he'll get a special badge for parking, but that's not helpful to the kids in the audience.
He's upsetting the hierarchy of truth. So basically, if you notice what he did there, he said, we've established that this is object A. We've identified it as object A. This other thing is saying it's object B. So since we've identified it's object A, the people who say it's object B are now in question. But keep in mind, the source that he's claiming is identifying it as object B is a transcendental source. Whoever believes in the authority of the Bible coming from being the word of God, it's coming from an transcendental truth source. So he's saying that empiricism and the decisions that we make from our five senses are greater than the transcendental founding of things like logic and reason, etc. So he's actually putting the most menial truths, which are empirical truths, above the standard of transcendental truths, which you need established in the first place to even make a coherent sentence about anything empirical.
Yeah, but he doesn't know that.
That's a fair point.
Who believes the Bible is true? Okay, and what kind of reasons do you have for that?
Huh?
Isn't that a careful phrasing also? When you say, who believes the Bible is true, some things in the Bible you would need to believe in, but the words of the Bible must be accepted as true. So to question whether or not you should believe the Bible is, again, a fundamental... it's pissing in the face of Christians, isn't it? Isn't it?
No, this is a control question. So he's not addressing an Anglican church here. Yeah, he's addressing America, Bible believing America. So it's a point of just getting yeah, of course we do. So the next thing he says after the puppy segment, you're set up for. It's an agreement ladder.
Oh, sorry. I thought he was going to challenge it. He's seeking an agreement ladder. My bad.
Look at this scary retard. Can you imagine him on the pulpit? My God.
History, archaeology.
History, archaeology, prophecy. There is a number of reasons why that I could blow you guys away with, but I won't. I've done it in the past, but I won't now because I'm not answering this booger-eating bum sniffer.
Do you believe the Bible is true?
I know it is true, as absolute fact. Idiot.
Because the Bible says it's true?
Does the Bible say it's true? Where does the Bible say it's true? Book.
It's in the appendix.
Book, chapter, and verse. Idiot. Clown.
So, partially. Yeah.
Well, the Quran says the Quran is true.
Yeah, we're at. Let's start backing this up.
No, by this logic now, any book that says it is true is false. Any book that doesn't attest and just talks about as it would be a book is therefore true. So if I follow that logic, Moby Dick doesn't at any point say this is true.
He's an ass clown, this guy.
He's a deceiver, and he's in front of a Christian congregation.
Yep.
He's a disgrace to himself.
Yep.
This is vile, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you believe that?
Do we believe what?
So the internal claims about it aren't really what you can accept for it. So
the internal claims about it is not what we're going to accept for it. What?
Yeah, I called it right. He is challenging it. I was right.
That
he's laying a foundation to challenge the fundamental Bible-believing Christians' basis of their Christianity.
Well,
as far as I can tell, he's not seeking agreement from them.
But the last statement was non sequitur. It didn't make any friggin' sense. Go ahead, AI. You wanted to jump in.
Well, he was just saying that if a text claims this text is true, you don't take that sentence alone to say, yes, I agree, this is true. You use other faculties to then say, okay, is this true or not? And he's going to appeal to those things outside of the text.
Let's see. I just pulled a J.
well, the Quran says the Quran is true. Do you believe that?
That the Quran says it's true or that it's true? Which one? Fucking idiot.
So the internal claims about it aren't really what you can accept for it.
So the internal claims about it is not what you can really accept for it, is the statement that I'm focusing on. That is, it's retarded. What? Huh?
He's saying even though the Quran says it has its own truthfulness embedded in the text itself, you can't necessarily accept that text to be true. He's laying a foundation, I'm telling you.
It's non sequitur. It didn't make any sense. And show where it says that.
Let's see where it goes, because this is really strange apologetic.
Yes, it is. Let's see where it goes.
Anyway, faith, certainly. Prophecies that have...
Faith.
Holy fuck. But no, let's not see where it goes. You just put up a slide. Who believes the Bible is true? Now, whatever this agreement ladder he's trying to build here, it's pretty fudged up, because ultimately he has to demonstrate that the Bible literally is not true to hold his position.
Yep.
Oh dear.
No, it's more subtle than that, Adam.
What is it?
So before we set up this contraposition between, I've arrived at claims through empiricism and reason and logic. I also need a grounding for that logic in order for it to have any hierarchy to make my end result true. So I need a transcendental grounding, which of course in this context would be God. Now we have the word of God, which is alleged to have come from God, but it's still filtered through our reasoning faculties. So you now have two propositions that are both your reasoning faculties. So then you have to say to yourself, do I disregard God altogether or say that the Bible's false? No, you wouldn't go that far. You would just say this. I have an interpretive matrix. I have the Bible on one hand that makes certain claims that are contradictory to this other interpretive matrix that I've been given. I now have to choose how to interpret both. So then you say, well, maybe I'm wrong about science, or maybe I'm wrong about the Bible. But you don't say the Bible's false. You just say the Bible's 100% true. I just can't fully understand it. And science is something I can understand a little bit better because it's more corporeal, more contact and tactile. So you're not disregarding the Bible as being true. You're creating like this gray area, which you can't really claim either is true. So you're just going to pick and choose based on what you've arrived at in your best conclusion. So you're giving yourself an excuse to not accept what the Bible says, which in your own hierarchy of morals is acceptable.
Yeah.
In AI's description, the statement that you're taking the Bible to be true is just paying it lip service. There is no adherence to that, even in your description.
No, that's the point of contention. So if we're going to take the Bible, we've got Bible believing Christians, of which I think America is the greatest exponent of that. If you take like the Church of England, I don't think anybody thinks the Bible is the derived word of God, which is the position the other side of the pond. But if you're going to take that position, you can't have you're not half pregnant. Yeah. So who believes it's either true and each word is given from God, selected through people, through time, but each word is there correctly for a purpose, right? What you can't do is then cherry pick a few words and say, yeah, accept those ones, and take the position where you get a more Anglican view, yeah, which it's a historical document, and because they thought it was flat, they described it like this and used these words, meaning inherently the Bible describes creation wrong. It's such a contradictory. You've either got to take one position or the other. You can't mitigate in the middle for one particular topic, i.e., the ball earth, which is what he seems to be.
Well, let's
you can. That's the problem. The problem is you can do that, and people do it all the time, and they live their lives out doing it every day.
Yep. Let's see where he goes with it. You guys are reading into this, I think, a little bit too much.
No, it's not. It's what he's laid down that's absolutely intriguing as to where he's going to. I don't know where he's going to take it, but when you put that slide up, that's like, wow.
Yeah.
And what level of shithousery you're about to perform?
Bible. There's the word Bible on screen and McToon's Bible roll, right? I hate this. We've got buzzwords and a PowerPoint presentation.
You're muffled. You're muffled.
When Paula, Bible U, talks about the Bible, she reads a bit of the Bible and then takes you back to an original Greek or Hebrew version of what she's read and gives you the direct translation so you understand what the words in the Bible mean.
Yeah.
If you're unclear. Now, that to me is very, very useful. This is fluff, meaningless fluff that's there to deceive.
Yeah.
And he's given a preamble that lays a foundation for him to say the words are wrong. Not scrutinizing the words so we understand their meaning at a more fundamental level. He's not even got any words of the Bible up on screen yet. We're listening to nothing but fluff that's going to deceive people.
Let's see.
Yeah. What? Yeah. No. Don't, kid. Because
we want to go. We'll be here all day.
No, because this is really interesting.
It's retarded.
I didn't. It's worse than that. It's evil. Yeah.
We already established that.
Well, we're guessing, and we'll find out. But genuinely, this is really mental.
Yeah.
That somebody's going to set something up like this to say that when it means this and the Bible does mean this, doesn't mean this because it's a bull. This is messed.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's turning the tables over. I said it earlier. You're right. But let's listen.
Yeah.
Been found to be true internal consistencies and external confirmation. So when you say archaeology and history and things like that, that's what I'm talking about. So if there is something that doesn't match, then you kind of have a couple options.
That doesn't match what? What do you mean doesn't match?
His ball belief doesn't match
something in any of those categories.
Sorry, AI, go ahead.
Well, yeah, you're right. If you have somebody claiming the celery soda is the candy cane, so in the external world you have the candy cane, you look at it, but in your textbook it says it's a celery soda. You now have to reconcile that differences. So he's setting up a framework between how you're going to reconcile claims in the external world and the scientific community with claims that you think are in the Bible. And I said you think are in the Bible for a reason.
Yeah.
Because that's how he's going to frame it. He's going to make it to where you doubt your own reasoning about whether or not the Bible is saying this to you. And so now I have this group on this side saying one truth, the Bible saying something contradictory. How am I going to choose who's correct and how I'm going to navigate forward?
Yep. Okay. Fair. That's fair.
The irony in the prop that McToon has picked up to use this analogy is hilarious. Because if you strap on the point that it's not a real candy cane, i.e., it's not really a spherical Earth in a heliocentric paradigm, it's just some flat thing that I've blown up and inflated to trick you children to look like a candy cane. Yeah, you child catcher. Yeah, look at that in the paradigm. What he's presented, even what he's presenting on stage as the real thing, is apparent to everybody that it's not the real thing.
Mm-hmm.
Bad choice of prop.
See where it goes.
It's not a candy cane.
Options. Well, maybe some archaeology.
There, you done. Thanks.
Isn't known yet.
I don't want to rant,
But
right? As soon as I'm mute,
I'm
done.
telling you what, Adam. I will fucking
There's a
mute
queue.
you.
Producer's queue. Producer's queue. I do it all the time.
That doesn't match, then you kind of have a couple options. Well, maybe some archaeology isn't known yet. But if it's really bad, then and it really disconnects with reality, well, that's a problem. But it does add confirmation to it.
Pause. What's archaeology got to do with the shape of the Earth?
Yeah.
Even if I found something deep down, and I dug deeper, what would deeper be with respect to? And even when I found this thing with respect to down, what would it mean? What the hell is archaeology? This is a great example of bullshittery to convince just using the word archaeology. Even this is completely out of context and nothing to do with the subject matter at hand.
I just want to get it in before someone else takes credit. I absolutely called it. Read that last line. Would something in the Bible that is shown to be externally false remove credibility from the Bible? Whoa. What the hell?
Yeah.
That's what he's there for. Telling them the words in the Bible are externally false. They've been shown to be false, so it's wrong.
Yeah, via archaeology, right? If there's an archaeology claim in the Bible that can be demonstrated to be false externally in the outside world, he said you could accept that, or you could argue it just hasn't been found yet, or something like that.
Yeah.
I alluded to earlier, QE, right? In terms of the different types of churches you can go to. This would seem one of the most fundamental questions on which church shall I choose to be my church? Okay. Do I hold what's in the Bible to be the most fundamental truth? And if other stuff contradicts it, the Bible wins. Or do I take modern pseudoscience, the modern world, and what it claims reality is, and give that prominence, and therefore question some of the things that in the Bible contradict that? This is which church do you want to be in, McToon, is the question here.
There's a third choice, though. There's a third choice that's not often given to people, which is if there's a contradiction between modern science and the Bible, and you personally don't have the tools to decide which is which, you can just withhold judgment. You can just be like, hey, this is over my head. I believe the Bible is 100% true, inspired by God. There seems to be a contradiction here. I tend to side with the Bible, so I'm just going to assume that I can't reconcile this perfectly, but I'm still going to trust in the Bible. Now, if the Bible is given, keep in mind this is an if. If the Bible is given by the transcendental source of all truth and reality, then you should trust that, if you believe that, over flawed human conclusions.
Well, let's see what he's going to give us here. Would something in the Bible that is shown to be externally false remove credibility to the Bible? He's asking this as a question, right? Well, let's see an example of this. I'll withhold my answer to this question. Let's have an example.
If there's some sort of external match. So, there's a good question here. So if something were found to be externally false, that the Bible
we heard it and read it the first time. Let's see the example.
Claims, would that be a problem for the Bible? What would that mean?
What would that mean? Not much. Let's show. Let's see. Let's evaluate.
Mean to you if it didn't match.
What is this, by mere innuendo? What would this mean to you? Shut up, you McBooger eater bum sniffer. Give the example. Let's see.
No, pause. Don't say it.
It's not no, it's yes.
Yeah, I didn't oppose you. He says, what would this mean to the Bible? Right. Whatever your position on the Bible is, it would mean nothing to the Bible. It's all about you, McBooger eater. Yeah. What does the Bible mean to you? And you seem to be heading down the fact that sometimes you should just ignore what the Bible says and maintain your heliocentric worldview.
Yep, that's what he's doing. You betcha.
Yeah, this is disgusting. It's like, I think back, again, I'll big Paula up to her exceptional lessons in terms of let's scrutinize every word so we know the absolute truth of the meaning of each word and how it connects to the next and the hermeneutics thereof. Well, you look at this sort of study that Paula does and compare it and contrast to this. This is downright evil.
Let's see. Let's see where he goes. Idiot.
Match.
Is that rhetorical question? You going to show something?
Do some investigating.
Yeah, you need to think about it. You need to maybe understand something better. Maybe look into stuff. So
Look into stuff sees. Yeah, that's great. Is this the white paper technical language, McBooger Eater? You going to go somewhere with this?
that's a little bit what we're going to do. All right. So
what we're going to do?
No. What? Right. So there's the theological point here, and why would you look? Why are you looking into it? What are you looking into it for? Are you looking into it to find out why the Bible's wrong?
Yep, that's what he's doing. That's what he's laying the foundation for. He's already laid it.
Let's see. We're back to what is Bible's role in science?
what is the Bible's role in science? We don't talk about that much.
Well, because it's moronic. Oh my God.
No, hold up. Are we setting a juxtaposition here of authority with regards to science and the Bible? Even though the shape of the earth is not the purview of science, we seem to be setting this up.
We're not there yet.
Hold on.
We're not there yet. We're not there yet.
Hold on.
Look at his. Hold on. Look at his example.
I want to do it.
Oh, you want to do it?
Well, he's using the taxonomic classification system, which is arbitrarily ascribed later in history, and saying that by the way that we now arbitrarily ascribe categorization to these things, it invalidates the Bible. You're like, is this a joke?
Yeah, it's a joke. He's a retard.
No, it's a fallacy.
Yeah.
It's not. It's Dunning-Kruger, isn't it?
It may be. Because he's not aware.
Hold on a second. 1 second. 1 second. One at a time.
AI first.
Well, I was just agreeing that it's Dunning-Kruger because he doesn't recognize that you can't import modern classifications into the past. However they classified them in the past, relevant to the text when it was written, is what matters, not modern classifications.
Yeah. And is this science?
No, it's an arbitrary classification system.
Exactly. He's a moron. Yeah.
But is it good for the taxonomy of avians? Leviticus 11 says gives a list of birds, and at the end of the list is bats. Bats are not birds.
He's already undone his own argument when he said taxonomy.
Yep.
He doesn't get it. That's why I shouted Dunning-Kruger.
Yep.
He doesn't His whole argument demonstrates his lack of understanding of what is evident. So the question is really, what is evidence to him that somebody in the 1800s created a taxonomy structure? Yeah,
Carlos Linnaeus
is of more importance and is in opposition to Leviticus.
This is retarded. He's a retard.
No, but what he's doing here, what he's doing here is pull up the term bat, hasn't he? In opposition to scripture. He's being a smart ass here. Yeah? Because as we're writing the book, right, and we were we're talking about flying things, and we might say birds, which is what Leviticus is. And then some tosser goes, oh, actually, not all flying things are birds, according to the taxonomy. Bats, which are mammals, means there's a problem with your Bible. Yeah, that's what that's what he's just done. Tosser.
Also, Tosser. He's that guy in the pub that does exactly what Adam does. The guy with adenoids that corrects you on something that is arbitrarily ascribed in current terminology with the taxonomic classification system. So you can't call a whale a fish. Breathe there. Oh, piss off. Go and get a friend.
I want to punch him in the face.
My son does that. He pushes his glasses up and he goes, actually, I think you'll find that. Yeah? So talk about, yeah? teenagers realize there's loads of wankers like we said it earlier. Yeah, teenagers recognize these people. Actually, I think you'll find that the adenoids thing is the correct thing. Yeah, this is the annoying know-it-all who doesn't know anything in the pub, dude.
Yep, that's who he is. He's a moron. Let's let him go.
So, to an ancient person, is that a bird? Well, it's certainly not science. Is it good for teaching geometry?
It's
Oh my
certainly
God.
not science. What a dumb
What a
fuck.
monk. I want a J. I want that clipping out, and then I want people to make shorts of that. 'Cause that is the epitome, of this man's Dunning-Kruger.
Yep.
Or Dunning-Kruger.
The epitome. It was him, wasn't it? It was him that said epitome.
No, he didn't say epitome. That was Steve McClown of the Clan McClowns. He said hyperbole.
Oh, yeah, hyperbole. He got wrong, yeah.
You want a J?
Idiot! I want to beat him up.
You want a J?
I want a J. I want people to hear it. That needs cutting, right? That is this man summed up. That's what you're dealing with. It's hilarious. Yeah?
Oh, man, dude. So if you look up the avian root, the word avian just means bird-like. Bird-like.
Yeah, he's a moron.
Like a bat.
Yeah, exactly.
Fly. So, to an ancient person, is that a bird? Well, it's certainly not science. Is it good for teaching geometry?
Is what good for teaching geometry?
That'll do.
First Kings says that.
Is it a
bird? Is it a plane? Is it science? You muppet. You've got no idea.
Oh my God, this guy, he got it. He's got his talking points from talkorigins.com. Hey, 2008 called Talk Origins want their moron arguments back, you fucking idiot.
You're still going to need to break these down. I'm unfamiliar with those arguments.
I'm not that.
Well, before this, right? There isn't a. I don't swear a lot, but there isn't a more correct word than to describe the man than wanker. As I read the next question, is the Bible good for teaching geometry? I don't know. How many basic geometry classes do you know that they say, right, let's go to Kings 3 or Kings 7, 23, 26 and see what a fucking triangle is? What are you disingenuous scrote?
Yeah, that's what he is, a scrote.
It describes the giant bowl in the temple. And it says that the diameter is 10 cubits and the circumference all the way around is 30.
All the way around what? That would be kind of important, wouldn't it?
No, pause.
That gives
pause. A bowl's spherical.
Adam, I'll give you 5 points if you can tell me what he's going to argue.
I don't give a shit. He's quoted 1 Kings 7, 23.
No, it's obvious. It's obvious what he's going to argue, dude. It's so obvious.
I don't care. Whatever it is, it's retarded because the thing he's citing is a giant bowl, which, from my understanding, is not a sphere. The words give it away.
That's true. But
That's true.
What he's going to argue is that these numbers don't work out to pi.
Yep. Yeah, this is old Talk Origins horseshit. Remember, I had
old.
No, this is not the point, and you don't get it even.
Yeah, we get it. I've gotten it years ago. I had all these points brought up to me from the Evo tards. We definitely get it. In fact, don't say no. In fact,
no to the question.
Matt Dillahunty, that moron, remember him and Tunguska Tessie? They brought up the same point when Matt corrected Tunguska Tessie on this exact point.
No, none of you can fucking read.
What's the point?
None of you could fucking read.
Okay, go ahead,
point.
Adam. What are we missing?
So I'll read.
What's the point that MC Toon is trying to give here?
McBooger Eater, not
they
MC
can't read scripture. So if you
No, not the
allow
point.
me, if you'll allow me for a minute, I'll read the passage and tell you what it says to me. 1 Kings 7:23 to 23 describes a giant bowl 10 cubits to the rim and 30 cubits in circumference. Now, is the height of any bowl got any relation to its circumference?
Not necessarily, no.
No. If bowl height does not define circumference, read the passage. Now, he's now attacked that because the Dunning-Kruger has decided that 30 divided by 10 gives a pi value of that. Well, that's not what it says. Read it. The
Where
bowl's
is the
10
Dunning-Kruger?
read the passage. Describes a
Where is the
giant bowl
Dunning-Kruger here?
because he's not understood that he's assumed that he knows what the passage is describing, but he's not actually bothered to read it properly. He's assumed 10 cubits is the diameter, yeah, and 30 is the circumference. No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that a giant bowl of 10 cubits of diameter across the rim. He says to the rim, a giant bowl. If I've got a bowl that's 3-dimensional, so up to the rim of the bowl, think about how many cornflakes can I put in? Well, I can fill it to the rim. How high is the rim? Well, it's 10 cubits. All right. And what's the circumference of your bowl? Well, it's 30 cubits. So has the 10 cubits got any relation to the 30 cubits to derive pi? No.
No.
I thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Are you ignoring what it says on the bottom? Maybe this is the point.
No, I'm taking the scripture, which he's the thing that's he's challenging scripture here, and he's saying, look, the Bible doesn't know what it's talking about, right? It can't even derive pi correctly. Yeah. Listen to he's straw manning,
which is true.
So he's a liar and a deceiver, or he's got Dunning-Kruger.
Do you think the Bible is a science book?
That's not the point here. The point
it is
here.
the point.
It is the point.
Yeah,
it is the point.
No,
it is
it's
the point.
not.
Hold on, Adam. You have to pause just for a sec. It says, "Is the Bible good for teaching geometry?" Why would this bowl reference have anything to do with geometry? And then the final statement is the point that this guy who's trying to interject is making the point. Read the final statement, or let McToon read it. If you play what he's going to presumably read.
No, then if you're going to cite this, then you've cited it for a reason. You've cited it because it either is good for geometry or it isn't. Now,
no,
my point
tells you on the bottom, read the bottom. This is fine, but not a science or math lesson.
So
this is the whole point.
No, it's not.
It is a math lesson, though.
It's a math lesson that demonstrates to you that McToon can't read scripture and understand the words.
There you go. Yep, Adam, you're correct. I could use this and listen, as an officially licensed teacher, I could use this in a curriculum to teach a lesson about how not to make assumptions about word problems.
Exactly.
But why do you lie?
He's not lying, booger eater.
Right, stop confusing the issue, dude.
You're lying.
Right.
You're the liar.
You're lying about his point.
You're a clown.
He's clearly
hey, misinformation agent. Let's change topics. Yeah. Misinformation. Hold on, Adam. Is the sun solid enough, misinformation agent, dumbass? Is the sun a solid, dumbass?
You're attacking MC Toon.
Yeah, we're attacking his dumbass. Is the sun solid enough? Answer the question.
The sun is a physical object.
Is the sun solid enough? If you do not answer my question directly, I'm gonna boot your dumbass McBooker eater defending idiot clown ass out of my hangout. Answer the question. Is the sun solid enough?
Quantum, do you eat boogers?
Is the sun solid enough, ass clown?
Why are you...
Shut the fuck up. He's done. We can move on.
1 and gone. Okay, so I don't want you to move on here. This is the absolute demolishment by his own slide that demonstrates, number one, he's happy to go to the Bible. Number two, he'll read it with a ball view in mind and not pay attention to what's written there. And then he will then attack the Bible and ridicule it. And it's all there in that slide. Yeah. McBuggery thinks he's got a gotcha on the Bible. So he's read what he's read and said, 30 divided by 10, which is 2 times 5 r. Yeah. It means pi equals 3 in your scripture. Scripture's wrong.
Yep.
He's so arrogant. And that you don't need to say anymore, because anything he's going to do, he's just demonstrated his standard and made an absolute ass clown of himself.
Yep.
Yeah, in doing so. That is the epitome, my friend. Yeah, of your behavior and your Dunning-Krugerness to stick with the ball.
Yep. Let's go.
There's a value of pi of 3.0. He could have said 31. But it says 30. 30.
Absolute wanker.
Yep.
Yeah. And so I don't swear often, but there's not a more appropriate word. You disingenuous wanker. You disingenuous Dunning-Kruger wanker.
Yep.
And you need to come forward now and go, oh my God, I've either misrepresented the Bible and I shouldn't, and I will not use this in the future, or no, I stand by it. And that means to the height of the rim means a diameter. You fucking scrote.
Yep.
Well, Adam, let me
31 would be
that real quick.
Damn. I want to get done with this century.
All right, fair enough.
I don't, because that's the greatest indictment that was just on there.
Yeah, we
that's
got
the
it.
greatest No, so
Yeah,
go back, give me
there's an
2
important
J's.
sentence. There's an important sentence in there which is valid on both sides, which is he put in that sentence, in order to come to a conclusion that favors your position, you have to add extra interpretation. So he took these numbers and he interpreted them as describing a circumference in a circular relationship, which he had to add to the text, as when Adam read the text, it wasn't in there.
Yep.
Oh, it's not that he had to add it to interpret it. He has to deny what the text said. You've got a bowl, ladies and gentlemen. Right. The height to the rim of the bowl. What dimension is that describing?
And why would we use someone describing the depth and circumference of a bowl as a geometry lesson?
He's not.
That's
He's tried to mug the audience off that the height of the bowl is the diameter of the bowl.
Yes.
To pretend that scripture can't work pi out. He's a scrote.
Yep, that part of it and the other one. Yeah, we've already beat this to death. Can we move on?
No, one more. Do you say it because that is, what you summarize what an absolute scrote he's just been.
All right, we're in the text doesn't mention it.
Oh my God.
He went there.
But it says
Well,
30.
I'm just saying it.
30.
Go ahead. I'm going to go.
One would be accurate to.
Shut up!
That was perfect. 3 times. Absolute perfection. In
do it
time
one
in
more
the
time.
Well done. Go on.
Could have said 31, but it says 30. 31 would be accurate to just 2 digits, and that'd be fine, but it doesn't. Now, some people add and go and interpret it more, and that's fine. They say, well, the outside versus the inside of the bowl, but you're adding interpretation there.
Not any interpretation, you moron. Where's the scripture at? That's what I want.
Giant bowl, 10 cubits high to yeah. Oh no, I'm wrong. No, I'm so wrong. I've got to take it back. It's rim to rim. So he is right. I've got to take it all back.
What are cubits?
It doesn't matter. They're continuous units. I've got to take it back. I'm sorry.
Fair enough.
And that's not good science teaching. That's
not good science teaching. Well, you asked the question, is this geometry? Of course it's not good science teaching because it has nothing to do with science. You abject idiot. My God, you don't even understand what you wrote.
Good geometry. And so everybody has their own interpretation of the Bible.
That's not what the Bible says.
I've got myself out of it.
Did you?
Yeah, rim to rim, not necessarily the dimensions of the bowl in terms of its circumference.
Thanks, Adam.
Even if it's super clear, people disagree. And
people disagree, really? Example.
Here's some really good ones here. In Leviticus 19.
All right, let's get some really good ones here. From the New International, from the NIV, we could go into the scholars who conjured this up, but we won't go there.
1927, it says, do not cut the hair at the sides of your head or clip off the edges of your beard. Now,
okay, so what's the problem with that?
See a lot of people here that have violated that, even though it's...
Really? Are they Jews? Are the people in this church Jews? You absolute moron. That had nothing to do with your last questions either. Now you're on to a completely different annihilation of your dumbass. Are they Jews? Isn't Leviticus talking to Jews? Yes? Is your audience Jewish, you fucking window-licking knuckle dragger?
It's super clear. Why? Why did you do that? Well, your...
Why did you do what?
Interpretation of it says that's not what is meaning now. There's something...
What is mean? No, that's what it meant. What it's meaning. What does it mean now? What a clown.
To come out to that came later.
To come out to... Do you English much? Listen to this fucking garbled dribble.
Is he saying that in the days where it said do not cut the edges of your beard, later they realised it meant just give them a light trim, just to make them look neat?
Who knows? You'll have to ask this McBooger eater.
Why did you do that? Well, your
interpretation, there's no interpretation here. You friggin' idiot.
Interpretation of it says that's not what is meaning now. There's something to come out to that came later.
That's something.
Right. That is not meaning now. So whether you do not cut the edges of your beard, yeah, the meaning then and the meaning now is the same. It's just like corners and lots of other things. The implicit standard meanings stand true, don't they?
Yep.
Yeah. Do not eat pork. Pretty straightforward. It means what it means then and now. Edges of my beard was still the edges of my beard. I trim mine, yeah, but I'm not a Jew. So
exactly. What a clown.
It was about the society at the...
Oh my God.
time, things like that. And then this
time, things like that. What? Huh?
This one here. Who has brought their mildewed clothing to Will?
To Will. Well, this is Will Duffy's church. You hear him? You fucking imbecile, you. Listen.
And this one here. Who has brought their mildewed clothing to Will?
Why would they do that? Are they Jewish? You frigging Egypt.
Whoa, wait. I thought he was a financial dude, not a dry cleaner. Why did they laugh? Why is that a joke?
I don't, because they're morons. He's Jedi mind tricked in them.
I think he's got dry cleaners.
Yeah, well, we're in Leviticus. So what's your point? Why would they do that? Unless your audience were Jewish. You clown of a moron.
If you have mildew in your house, have you had them come over to make sure it's not spreading, move out of the house for a week? Nobody? What?
No, they're not Jewish. That's who these rules are identified with. You abject moron. This is below superficial Bible acumen from Evo Tards or us. It's far below it. Is he Jedi mind tricking these people in the audience? I mean, these people, you didn't even stand up. Are you retarded, church audience? OMG.
Why not? It's very
well, because they're not Jewish, you dumbass cracker.
Very clear in the Bible that you're supposed to.
In the Old Testament. Show it in the New Testament. Do you know what testament means? Bet he doesn't.
Is that his point then? That anything in the Old Testament is just a load of old shit. Don't worry about it.
No, his point is,
No,
why
it's
aren't
just
these
that.
people out here following what's in the Bible? It's just generalized. That's his point.
So, well, why is he just having a dig at the Old Testament with straw man arguments to try and disprove the text that doesn't say what it says?
I have no idea. You're going to have to ask him. He's a retard.
To do that, there's no. It's not ambiguous. This is not figurative language.
No, well, duh.
But nobody does. Maybe
nobody does. No. They're not Jewish, you moron.
Quick question. Right. I don't know what life was like back then, and I don't know who you'd call, because I assume Rentokil's not there if you've got mold in the house. So the priest's as good a call as any. Thanks, Leviticus. You're not Yellow Pages, are you? What's the point here?
He doesn't
Is he
have one.
ridiculing the Bible? Because that's what it seems to be like. Again, we go back to what Paula says, what Nathan alluded to. Go and have a look at what mold means. I don't think you've got rising damp. Yeah,
you're missing
it. I would imagine a spiritual meaning fundamentally.
You're missing it.
Wherever
you're missing it. He's
well,
using.
Well, go on,
man. I just told you a number. Are they Jews in the audience? Who is Leviticus's audience?
It doesn't matter.
It does friggin' matter.
Yep, it matters.
Okay, on the point you're making, yes, but in terms of misappropriation of the text, it's still a separate point. Is the text relevant? No, not to a Christian audience. This part of the old law that has passed. No,
Correct.
it's not.
It's
yeah,
not.
But is he misappropriating the text? Yes.
Yep. Yes. Simply. Just a moron. He's a dunning. Look at the look on his face. He's that stupid. This is surface level. This is surface puke level stuff. He's a moron.
Maybe people do. I don't know anybody that does. There's a group of.
You fucking clown.
Nathan? I think he said he's been a Christian for 30 years.
Yeah.
He should know the difference between the Old and New Testament by now.
I don't think. No, he doesn't. Nathan Roberts, 200 version. Who's Nathan Roberts? Okay, Nathan Roberts, 200 verses. Less than half even try to address the shape of the earth. Another group attempt to reference the earth being stationary. And a final group that are on... What? This doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, this is a meme that's been going around since the beginning of the resurgence of flat earth and social media. That basically it just has 200 verses that prove the earth is not a globe. And then it's got the 200 verses listed.
Yeah, I've heard about this before. I didn't know it was Nathan Roberts.
Ooh, that's weird.
All right, let's go.
Of 200 verses, sometimes it's a collection of 240 verses that a flat earther named Nathan Roberts put together.
Oh, I think I remember him. Way back in the day. Yeah. Now I got you. Did he put those together? Yeah, he had a YouTube channel. Yeah. I got you now. I knew that name rung from. It sounded familiar. Yeah.
I
Okay.
got that the wrong way round.
Second.
I got that the wrong way round. I thought he had 200 verses that he was going to cite from scripture that would demonstrate it's a ball. Not
nice.
200 things he'd like to attack and nuance, even though it says it's flat. Yeah.
So he's gonna. So he's gonna cover two of the most common ones. I bet you are. Two out of
so far, has he posted any verses yet?
No.
Not just like the source, but the text of the verse.
No, not yet. No.
Can't we have one verse that proves it's a globe?
That's, yeah.
240 verses that a flat earther named Nathan Roberts put together. And mostly that list is not even about the shape of the earth.
Mostly that list is not about the shape of the earth, really.
Less than half are. Others talk about the movement of the earth. Some talk about
the
firmament.
There you go.
But I'm going to cover just the two most popular.
Hold up. See, what a shyster. Once again, yeah? So, when we talk about the shape of the earth, we are attacking you, dude, on your bullshit heliocentric nonsense, something you stand by. So when scripture may mention the fact that it's stationary, that destroys your nonsense. When it mentions a firmament and we allude to gas pressure without containment, that destroys your nonsense. You can't hand wave that away because it destroys your nonsense in a different way to just the shape. Still destroys your nonsense.
Yep.
Carry on.
Yep.
Popular ones that talk about the shape of the earth. I did a whole video on it on my Conspiracy Tunes YouTube channel, if you want to look at that.
That's elephant hurling fallacy, you glue-sniffing fungus muncher. What's this? Job 38:13 from the New International Trash Version. 13, that it might take the earth by the... What the hell is this?
This is the one here, Job 38:13-14 says, the earth takes shape like clay under a seal.
What about 13? Okay.
And this book here, this is the cover of a book by Pastor Dean Odell, who was...
A seal's flat by any definition. Yeah? When you seal something, you put hot wax, and there's the ring, look.
Yep.
And you push it onto a flat surface to give an indentation. Yeah. You don't, what you couldn't do, right, in the old days, the purpose of a seal is to seal those pieces of paper over a large area, not just the edge where the paper meets, but either side. And imagine putting that onto a spherical surface and trying to push that flat ring down. It'd be a shit seal. You wouldn't get anything, would you? You'd only get the top bit. Like, what would you describe it? A tangent plane of a seal you'd get, wouldn't you?
Now, what I'm thinking here, this glue sniffer, I know because he's so retarded. The earth takes shape like clay under a seal. Its features stand out like... I know where he's going. Guess where he's going?
Well, that was my next point when he gets there. Who, other than like New Order in the 1980s, wears spherical garments?
Yeah, that's true. But where's he going with this? I just know. I'll tell you right now. The earth takes shape, listen up, like clay under a seal. Its features stand out like those of a garment. Where's he going?
Those similes.
Yep.
Like I say, have implied flatness so far.
Yes, that's where he's. I'll guarantee you this. I can smell it.
Nathan Roberts went to his church, to my knowledge, at least knew him well, and so has up there a picture of the seal and a picture of what he thinks the earth looks like. What does that mean, though? Does it take shape like clay? Well, like clay is a simile in English.
Told you.
Right? That's figurative language. But what is it in Hebrew? Well, in Hebrew...
Uh-oh, here we go. As it is turned as clay to the seal, and they stand as a garment. All right, what do you got for us?
The word for clay is homer. Apologies if I mispronounced Hebrew here.
Yeah, you did.
So that's pointing at the word for clay, but there's that backwards C-looking thing in front of it. That's the letter kaf right there. That is, in Hebrew, the kaf of similarity, which makes it, in Hebrew, a simile as well. So it's...
And so? And your point? I don't use this. Your point
not just
is what?
in English a simile, it's in
So it's a simile. I knew that from second grade. So, and your point is what?
A Hebrew assembly. So The translation of that is pretty simple. A friend of mine who's a native Hebrew speaker.
Pull his dumb ass up here. Pull his dumb ass up here. Y'all fucking idiots do it. You and Dr. Danny Faulkner do that same shit. Pull these Hebrew speakers up here. And we'll fricassee them.
Why would it matter? Everybody already understands it's a comparison, right?
Yeah, right. It's just a simile. So what? Who cares? What's your point? Does that mean glob?
The point is no swearing.
Oh, sorry about that, Flatsy. He's pissing me right off.
At length. And he says, yeah, it's a simile. So there's...
So we needed a Hebrew scholar to tell us that that was a simile? You bum-sniffing moron. My word.
Figurative language. It's not super clear language like you got to bring your mildewed clothes.
Super clear language, so he's making a compare and contrast. Right? So what's your point?
Clothing to the pastor, or the priest, it's figurative.
And wow.
Sorry, hold on. Hold on. Are they mildew clothes, or did we look up the Hebrew for mold?
We didn't do that yet.
So I take that to be figurative. I don't think that...
Why would you take it any other way? It has like in it, you friggin' idiot.
That any flat earther, maybe...
Any flat earther?
I'm wrong, thinks that there actually was a giant thing that came down and stamped out...
Oh my God.
Oh, wanker. Yeah. So when you're given a simile or a metaphor, does your brain immediately go to the exact definition of the words that are being used in the metaphor as being literal?
Yep.
My God, you're stupid.
Yeah, he's a moron. He's retarded, Dunning-Kruger. Yep.
On the surface of the earth.
Mr. Magoo giving the keynote address at a metabolic pathway convention. I told you that was the example. This is the epitome of that.
If I was to actually listen to the simile,
it's epitome. He's not Steve McClown and the Clan McClowns, but thank you for that, Flatsy. Go ahead, Adam.
But still, fundamentally, if I was to read the scripture and know, as it tells me, like, what is it telling me it's like? Okay, the thing he wants to avoid. It's what I alluded to earlier. It's like a seal. And whenever we make a seal, the way in which we make a proper seal is to press the seal down onto a flat surface. So whatever's left behind has been laid upon a flat surface.
Yes, sir.
That's how you make a seal. Like I said, you don't seal a letter on the top of a ball because your seal won't, all sides won't indent, will they?
Even if it's
no, hold on. Let me just address this right. It's the equivalent. Me going to a church to debunk Neil deGrasse Tyson and saying, here in this example, Neil deGrasse Tyson is describing Earth as being a bit chubbier, and he compares it to a bowling ball. These idiot glurfs think that Earth is a bowling ball. That's the equivalent of what he's just done.
Yep. Yep. Even though it's a simile, everyone knows what a seal is. I mean, this isn't like rocket surgery here. Do you think you're Jedi mind tricking the audience? You might be in the congregation. It's Will Duffy's congregation. All right. This is pathetic wanker behavior there, booger eater.
A big thing with the topology, right?
A big thing.
What is going off, Curie? Is he trying to Jedi mind trick his audience? Because we've got clear objection, yeah? So what is he doing? Why is he doing this? What is his purpose?
Make a horse's ass out of himself.
He's trying to deceive his audience, isn't he?
Yeah. Retardedly.
Size of the flat earth that came down and stomped it. Maybe there are. But I think for the most part, they say, well, that part is real. This one part is real. This is literal, but this other part is not literal.
Which part? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? This part is literal and this part is not. Which part? What are we talking about here?
the bit after where it says like. That's the non-literal bit. Like. So it's like me pressing my seal down. Yeah.
Yes.
Like. Not I got big out my big earth seal, pressed it down. Bosh.
What a retard.
Right? It's stamped out like a seal, but it's not really a seal that came down and stamped it.
Oh,
Maybe there are. I could be wrong. But to
you could be wrong. Yeah, you're wrong because you're a moron.
my knowledge, there are
There's
not.
the, there's the whole point, right? He doesn't understand the meaning of the word like.
Yep.
No. If it was a big God seal that he brought out went Bosch, right? Whether you could or couldn't be wrong, you're wrong. Because otherwise it wouldn't describe it. It was like. It would just say, I brought out my big God shaped earth stamping stamp, pushed it down, Bosch, into the clay. No, it's a metaphor for you to understand. But understand the metaphor relates to your understanding of reality and how and what you need for a seal. Yeah. So, and then what you need for a seal is something to indent into and a flat surface to push it against to create it. That's the unfortunate bit of the metaphor there.
No, you've got to take the literal bits allegorically. When Forrest Gump says life is like a box of chocolates, he literally means you're going to be melting if you get to body temperature.
Oh, he greased the skids for this. I see what he's going to do next. Can anyone guess? Let's preface it again. Listen to what he says. Here we go.
Came down and stomped it. Maybe there are. But I think for the most part, they say, well, that part is real. This one part is real. This is literal, but this other part is not literal, right? It's.
Yeah, we say that because that's what the language dictates. It's very easy. It's either rhetorical language or not. In the context, in the section of the statement, because there's many contexts that are literal, but then give color commentary with metaphors and similes. This is just basic language and linguistics. You friggin' ass clown. Sorry, Platzi. You're a retard. I know where he's going. I know.
Stamped out like a seal, but it's not really a seal that came down and stamped it. Maybe there are. I could be wrong. But to my knowledge, there are not.
You're a retard.
All right. The second verse that's super common is.
Now, this is actually one of the verses that flat earthers use. I've used this on many of occasions. Isaiah 40-22. He sits in front. 1 second. I'm not done. Don't interrupt me.
I don't want to go on. That's why I just, before you get to this, he's not rebutted the text.
Rebutted what text?
In the previous bit, what was his point?
He didn't have. His point was that they're similes, and flat earthers use similes as proofs in the Bible. That was his point. He's a friggin' moron. And he just greased the skids to bring this verse to you. He thinks he's clever, right?
But
so what's he going to do?
He's also saying the Bible's wrong.
He's citing 200 verses, and he's given us 2 verses. Now, these 200 verses are relevant as to whether or not it's flat or not, and whether the text describes it. All he's done is go, it's a simile. Next.
Yep, that one was a simile. Yeah. Next. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, not addressing the simile in of itself and how it relates to reality. Just that's it. It knows a simile, hand wave, move on. Are we?
No, it's not just hand wave, move on. It's therefore the text is wrong. Earth's not like a seal because it's a ball. Now I know it's, what did you say earlier? It's by pure inference or something like that. But either way, he's saying the text is wrong, isn't he? Don't believe your Bible. When it says Earth's like a seal, it isn't.
Well, I assume, I suppose, from the thing you can infer from that is he's saying that's the crappiest simile I've ever heard, because you couldn't form a seal if you're trying to press it down on a ball. Your seal wouldn't work. So that's a crap simile, Bible. That can be the only.
So Bible wrong, Earth a ball.
Yeah,
this is rubbish, therefore wrong.
Yeah, the Bible is crap at making similes with regards to the nature of the earth. Proven, McToon. Citation 1.
And the standard to prove it is it's a simile.
Yep, I see what he's going to do already.
Is Isaiah 40:22. It says he sits enthroned above the circle of the earth.
Yep, he does. Where's the simile? He sits enthroned above the circle of the earth. Where's the simile? Where's the metaphor? Where's the rhetorical language? Oh, it's in the statements following.
And the people are like grasshoppers.
That's a simile. This isn't. You fucking moron.
Like grasshoppers. Simile. He's
simile. That's a simile, correct.
Stretched out the heaven like a canopy.
Holy shit.
Pause a sec. So isn't that an interesting word in the bit that isn't a simile? He sits enthroned above
the
circle of the earth. What do you need for that word above?
Horizontal plane.
Can't have above on a globe.
Nope. Good point. Yep. Good point. But you see where glue sniffer, the bum sniffer's going.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And
that's probably the most profound bit, QA. Because you mean I'm not a grasshopper?
Well,
Thank God for the word like.
Are you folks out in the audience in the congregation? Are you grasshoppers? Therefore, Scripture is compromised.
The circle is not a ball. It's mostly.
Yeah, that's correct. Yep. Yeah, but you see where? Let's see. We already know where this retard's headed. You already prefaced it.
And spreads them out like a tent to live in. Simile.
Yep.
So this is all figurative.
No. This is a composition fallacy brought to you by McBooger Eater, the bum sniffer. This is a composition fallacy, you retard. It doesn't say above the circle of the earth. There's no simile in here. So you're taking a part or parts of the whole and claiming it's the whole. That's a composition fallacy, you retard.
Oh no, the first part of it is not figurative?
That's correct.
Well, if you read all of Isaiah...
No, the first part of it, that first sentence. No.
Hold on. That was a bit of ball jitsu. Hold on, I'm just going to smash my face with the shovel here. Just give me a second.
Yeah. Yep, that's what he's doing. Let's turn it back. You friggin' Egypt.
Them out like a tent to live in. Simile. So this is all figurative. But
composition fallacy?
Oh no, the first part of it is not figurative? Well, if you read all of Isaiah 40, it's...
Second instance, composition fallacy. You retard.
It's a ton of figurative language.
There's just a ton in there, really. Show the ton. Let's see a ton in there. You clown.
It's like reading a murder confession. And in the murder confession, the guy says it was like a pool of tomato ketchup afterwards.
Yeah.
See? He used a simile. Not guilty.
Not guilty. That wasn't blood.
Simile. So this is all figurative. No, the first part of it is not figurative?
That's correct.
The part when he said he stabbed him, the part when he said he stabbed him, that's got to be figurative too.
Yeah.
He used a simile.
Yeah, exactly. He used a simile afterwards. It looked like a bowl of ketchup.
Isaiah 40, it's a
ass clown.
Ton of figurative language.
What
about the word there in Hebrew that is for circle?
Well, let's get to that.
This is so disingenuous.
Yep.
This is in a court of law. There, Your Honor. Yeah. What's the problem? Well, did he use a simile? Well, yeah, we think he did. How can you prove it? Well, he uses it in the sentences afterwards. And if you look at everywhere else he writes, he uses it lots of times. Well, could we look at the sentence that he does use that you're indicting him for? No, we don't really want to look there. Why not? Well, because he makes it clear it's not a simile. It's just a description. Oh, okay. Let's just focus on other times. This is obscene, McToon.
Yes. Yep.
You're a deceiver. By your
Wait till
own.
you see how bad.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Wait till you see how bad it is if you chase down this word when it's used and what it describes when it's talking about the circle of the earth. Wait till you see how bad this is for their case.
Which one? Chug?
Yep.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, even if it meant ball at this point. Okay. If you look at the text, there isn't that it's like as there is in the next sentence to indicate what it is or isn't, or whether it's just a metaphor, so you can have understanding. Because you've got an understanding of a circle, we all can grasp that. The Bible doesn't need to give us any it's like, because it is just like a circle. It is a circle. Yeah. So it doesn't have to be described.
No, it's worse than that. It's worse than that. Wait till you see how bad it is.
Have you watched this?
The point I'm making is I don't.
No, I just know where this word comes from.
Okay.
Yeah. The point I'm making is it doesn't matter where the word goes to. His deception is in the understanding of the scripture. Circle is not relevant here. It's whether or not it's like a circle or not. And the text doesn't say it's like a circle.
Right. We moved on. Yeah, we got that, Adam. Thanks. We moved on from that. Now we're in the chug. So let's see what he has to say.
Well, sometimes some translations use sphere, globe, or ball.
Sometimes sub-translations. Really? How so? How so?
And in the Concordance of Hebrew and Chaldee Scriptures.
Chaldee Scriptures? Huh? Where's this from? Over here. Where'd you get this clown show over here? Nothing.
It defines, it's the middle one there. It says circle or sphere.
The middle one there? Oh, somebody just wrote that. Do you have problems with 2- and 3-dimensional objects, moron? A circle's not a sphere. A sphere is not a circle. You would fail first grade intro to shapes. You retard.
By the way, Isaiah does have the word. Isaiah does have the word appearing for ball, which is the technical term for a 3-dimensional spheroid.
I know that.
So he's completely out of pocket. But if you actually just chase down the word chug, it's really bad for their case. But let's see what he says.
Okay. Yeah, I already know that. I did it years ago.
Sphere. So the word in Hebrew is either circle or sphere, according to this, at least, concordance.
According to this, at least, concordance. Do you English much? Clown shoes.
No, he's using an after the fact translation, like he used the after the fact taxonomic classification system. He's appealing to the translations after the fact. Well, some of the translations say sphere. Okay.
It's actual
having a go at Job and his basic geometry understanding. That Job doesn't know the difference between a circle and a sphere.
Yep.
Well, the problem is that the author of the text in which this appears, to which he's citing, does know and does use the two terms. And there's no other appearance of this word that can be taken to mean a sphere in the context at all.
Yep.
Period.
The word is chug, not cahog, which is the other one that he's using.
Say that one more time. I guess not.
The word is chug. Sorry?
Chug.
Which, and what is he using? I swear he said he was using another word, not the word that's supposed to be there.
No, he's using chug. And then showing his idiot concordance. I want to see citation, please. This isn't one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, by the way, for the English speakers, it's pronounced differently than you see it. That's why. You have some people think chug and hoog are two different words, but they're not. It's the same word.
Yep.
Is either circle or sphere, according to this, at least, concordance. Other people disagree.
This, at least, concordance. There's no agreement or disagree. It means one thing or it can't. This is a law of identity violation at the core, at the base. I don't think God is into law of identity violations.
Look at the slide again. Just give me a J just to pull the slide back. So the summary. Some translations use sphere, globe, or ball. there is no clear, unambiguous translation.
Huh?
I don't think. And at what point in any of this conversation is there a discernment between a sphere, a globe, and a ball? They all mean the same thing, but that wasn't the argument. You strawmanning deceiver.
Yeah.
That it starts out whether it's sphere means circle or not, and whether they have no clear, unambiguous translation. Yeah, he's a scroll. I mean, look at that. That is deception. That last sentence.
Yeah.
Because he
Well,
doesn't include the word circle.
he's not wrong that modern translations do have that word
No.
in the English that says globe there, but that doesn't mean that that's what the original text means.
No, right. That's not the point. In English, sphere, globe, or ball all describe the same geometric thing. Doesn't matter how whether it's 2 words, 3 words, and we interpret them as just 1 word or we interpret them as 5, all meaning a spherical bally thing. That has got nothing to do with the circle of the earth. Circle. No, at no point does the word circle mean sphere, globe, ball, globe, Todd, retard. Yeah, it doesn't.
No point. Exactly.
That's deception.
Yep.
Again.
Now, there is no clear, unambiguous translation. Translation from what? What?
I mean?
Translation from what? What's he talking about?
Coog, circle or sphere. Some translations use sphere, globe, or ball.
What translations?
Whatever, like Jesuit decided that the way to interpret circle was now to use the word sphere, globe, or ball. Some of them use sphere, some of them globe. I assume that's what his claim is.
I don't know. He's a
There
retard.
is no clear
According to this,
he's a retard. According to this, what?
At least concordance.
According to this, at least concordance. What concordance is that? And that sentence didn't make sense.
Other people disagree. So
Other people. Oh, we already did it.
there's disagreement on what that means.
No, there's no disagreement on what it means. It's clear. I have it cited. I'm not going to get it. Done it too many times. Fuck off.
Is it clear? Is it
Sorry, Flatsy.
unambiguous?
Yes, it's clear and unambiguous. Yes.
Well, it's even more interesting. My friend Neriel, native Hebrew speaker, reads.
Friend who?
If you sat above the sphere of the earth, is your bum at Australia looking down? You can't be above.
Oh man,
the landmass, can you?
Dude, wait till you see how bad it is with the precedent.
Well, hold on. He doesn't have.
Referred to.
Where's globe in this? If this is his presentation, he's got it up as verb to encircle, encompass, describe a circle, draw around, make a circle.
Oh, that's not helping, is it?
Well, let's go to the other source. The other source of the word. So I actually posted it in the chat, but I'll read it. So you got Proverbs using chug to describe a circle of when it's about the earth. So it says, when he inscribed a circle on the face. Second is it, that's the Hebrew. And the second was, I was there when he set a compass upon the face of the earth. And the other one is of the deep.
Yep.
So it's something that is on top of the earth. Can't be misunderstood as being the earth itself.
Correct.
And even the context that he's reading from, it says the circle of the earth. So it's not the earth itself. It's something about the earth. And here it's showing that it's placed upon the face of the earth. So the circle that's being described to is on the face.
Yep.
It's not the earth.
That's true.
Reads the Bible in Hebrew. He's an observant Jew.
He's an observant Jew. What does that mean? Bring his dumb ass in here.
He says the word hug there can be used as a verb.
Oh, really? Maybe you ought to visit Idiot Boy Zero Sky Grifter. He doesn't know the difference between nouns and verbs either. So how are you going to get out of this using it as a verb?
Not just as a noun.
Really?
So the verb for that would be like drawing a circle, the action.
Wow, that's amazing.
Of drawing a circle. Or there's a verse in Psalms where somebody got drunk.
Why do we go into a verse in Psalms? Why not this verse?
And someone got drunk.
And they're reeling. In English, it comes to they're reeling around, but the Hebrew is the same root.
Is it rut? I need to hear that again. Sorry.
Reeling in English, it comes to
I'm sorry. Go ahead. What?
It's got some chutzpah, this presentation. It's good.
reeling around, but the Hebrew is the same root. They're
Wow. Wait, Faye, will you play on already?
I'm sorry.
When somebody's drunk, they're spinning around.
Are they a sphere tard?
Let him make this point, because I want to rip him a new one if he carries on like this.
So he says to him, it's the action of the movement of the earth, and he says it's
the action. Now we got the earth rotating with Chug.
God
Dude,
sitting above.
That's not even the proper coordinates technique. The first thing you do is you check all the relevant appearances of the word exactly, not words that have a similar root. This is such bad, whatever the hell you call it. This is just bad.
Research.
It's exegesis.
Yeah, but if you go to the other appearance of the word, in the exact same case that it's presented, it describes that it's a circle upon the face of the earth.
Yeah, we already established that, or you did. Yes, correct.
Of the orbit of the earth, and that the people are like
Chug means orbiting the earth,
like grasshoppers, as he's up there watching the whole earth
as he's up there orbiting
orbit the sun. People are like grasshoppers.
This guy's a stone cold retard.
Well, say what?
I can't believe there's not tomatoes hitting this guy in the face from the congregation. I can believe it. Any church that I would have, if this guy would have came in, he would have been blasted by vegetables. Just on his stupidity, not flat earth or globe earth related. Because he's a fucking moron.
That's his interpretation.
That's his interpretation. Everyone's got their interpretations. An anvil, it could be a horse. No one knows.
Which one's right?
Who knows? Could be a horse, could be an anvil. Who knows?
I don't know. I can't say.
Of course you can't say. Because you're a retard.
But because it's
what? Huh?
Say.
What?
But because it's ambiguous.
It's ambiguous. He can't even fucking speak.
Can you bring up? Can you pull a J and bring up the subtitles and see what YouTube interpreted that word to be?
Which one's right? I don't know. I can't say. But because it's ambiguous. There's multiple meanings.
Hey, if you're above the earth, just the mass, you're looking down, right? You can see the people because of the grasshoppers. But do you not know? Have you not heard? Has it not been told to you from the beginning? Have you not understood? Since the earth was founded, he sits enthroned above an orbiting earth around a sun. And its people are like grasshoppers. Some of them he can see. He gets a really good view at the vernal equinox, but not such a good view at later points in the year.
There's a problem. There's a severe problem with his conclusion.
Do you mind interrupting my parody with your pertinent point?
I don't mind at all, actually.
With your pertinent point.
No, you should have said it, you're impertinent.
No, he said it right.
Yeah, so the severe problem is that this word in its totality, without a root or different conjugation,
No,
appears.
I'm sorry. Not root. Rut.
Oh yeah,
All
it's
right,
rut.
Sorry.
It's apparently a very horny word.
Let's finish this, please.
Two verses. You can look at my video on if you want to see the other ones addressing the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, we can't wait.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'm done with. Thank the Lord. I couldn't do it. Sorry,
Is there a
Flatsy.
part two?
There's going to be different parts. Yes.
I just want to wrap it up for people who are interested in this topic in relation to what the Bible has to say about it. Is if you have the appearance of this word, the first thing you do, if you want to understand the meaning of the word, is look at its context in the verse it's in. And the second thing you might do is look up a concordance of the other times it appears. The other time it appears, the word itself, not the root word, which he tried to use to say it describes moving around. The actual other time it appears, it literally tells you that God places the circle on the face of the earth. So it is affixed to the face of the earth in some way. So it can't be the orbit at all. It's excluded.
Sure.
Yep. So by intentionally doing bad, Bible study here is the only way this guy can fool this church. Now, if these church were Bereans, they would go home and they would read the Bible and they would realize that this guy's retarded.
I don't think they'd have to go home.
Yeah.
We can't hear you.
Say it again, Neil. Say it again.
Yeah, you're roboting real bad, Neil.
All right, Neil, you forfeit your turn to speak. So I'm going to claim
No,
your
he
time.
doesn't. It's Neil. He always takes a couple of glitches to get in. Neil, come on.
Well, I wanted to give a math lesson with Adam.
No, you're not. Oi. Come on.
Hey, I'm walking here.
Hey.
All right. Hey,
You're not-
Nathan.
you-
no, hold
you
on.
know
Hold
that's
on.
not
Hold
Neil,
on.
'cause
Shut up.
I
Shut up.
heard it clearly.
Hey, shut up. Nathan. Nathan.
Absolutely right, Neil. Absolutely right.
Take us home, sir. To coast the shit out of us and take us home.
With that, a huge, massive, enormous thank you to everyone who joined from the public to ask one question about the sun, and Neil for interrupting my round out of the show in dutiful Neil style.
He's still going.
Also, a massive thank you to all the Ballbusters panel, and of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing the show, subscribing to Quantum Eraser, and all that good stuff. Massive thank you to Quantum Eraser for hosting the show. I've been Nathan Oakley, and we'll all see you in the next video.
Yeah, I'd just like to take over. I forgot to tell you, you will all see me Thursday on a treatment, and Saturday on Ballbusters we'll finish up said treatment. So stay tuned for Thursday. Don't know what time just yet. Just be flexible, but it's coming Thursday. So take care. Have a good one. QE out.
There is no triangulation in celestial navigation, so it is actually triangulation. There is no triangulation in celestial navigation, so it is actually triangulation.
With celestial navigation using a sextant, we're not triangulating.
So it is actually triangulation to the GP. So you can draw it on your chart, draw a line there, and then you do it for all three, and you get your intersection. So it is actually triangulation. There is no triangulation in celestial navigation.
With celestial navigation using a sextant, we're not triangulating.
So it is actually triangulation.
Are you serious? Are you
The double-speaking McBooger-eating, ball-tarred bum sniffer wouldn't know what the sextant or celestial navigation were if they climbed up his arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in concertina wire.
Just when I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber, you go and do something like this. and totally redeem yourself.
I think the sun is a physical object, and I think it is solid enough.
What the hell did you just say?
I think the sun is a physical object, and I think it is solid enough.
Say what?
Yes, a gas giant bounces radar.
How in the world can a
gas giant
be
solid enough? So yeah, I don't know you
dumbass cracker.
So yeah, I was being a hyper. That was a hyperbole.
Hyperbole.
That was a hyperbole.
Hyperbole. Hyperbole.
That was a hyperbole.
You are so dumb. Damn.